Ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Good morning and welcome to sunny Fiorano, Italy. We are just getting ready for the final round of qualifying. The fastest guys are about to go out on track. Can actually hear them warming up their engines. They're not quite out in the pits just yet. It's about 7 minutes before we actually get going. So, good morning, everybody. We have a few dozen of you already watching the stream, which is great, which means somehow our message got out that the fastest guys are about to be out in just a handful of minutes. So good morning. Morning to Kevin, morning to Brian, morning to Juco, and everyone else in the stream. So you're watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe here on RC Racing TV and Control Sport. Brought to you, as we've seen, by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. So whether you're watching us on the EFRA Facebook page, the RC Racing TV Facebook page, Red RC Facebook page, or on the YouTube channels of any of those organizations, welcome to Fiorano. You can see the drivers are getting up on the driver's stand now. They're getting prepped. And so quickly, we're going to run down the fastest guys. So the way this has been, the way this is going to work is right now we've got Marius Hetland is the overnight TQ on 33:10:08. That's 33 laps in 10 minutes and 8 seconds. Marcus Feldman in second with 33 in 10:11. So they are automatically, if it stays the same, if no one else beats those times, lap counts and times, those two will automatically be the only automatic bump ups into the final. The next 14 racers will be split 7 into each semifinal. So the semifinal A and the semifinal B. And those are Andrea Catalani, Emmanuel D'Amico, Bernard Alain Arnoldi, Constantino Nicola Moroni. And those drivers all have 33 laps. The following drivers have 32 laps. Giovanni Verbrugge, Sindre Undheim, Eduardo Rapetti, Gianmarco Martelli, Cedric Preville, Ambrosio Vender, Tom Hawk, Stefan Strasser, Sascha Klug, and Rick van der Bol. These drivers all have 32 laps, and drivers have 32 laps going down quite a ways. So basically, the general, if you're one of the fast guys, you want to have 33 laps to be pretty much guaranteed to be in the final, or in the semifinal. Okay, so hopefully that all makes sense. So now, interestingly, missing that cutoff is Dario Vercelli. At the moment, he's in 17th position. He'll be in the next heat to come out. This is still qualifying. However, this is the fastest time of the day to be on track because these drivers, the track is not quite as hot as it will be later on in the day. So this is the last round of qualifying, and the single fastest qualifying time over 10 minutes is what decides your position or which final that you'll start in. So air temperature currently hot. If you're standing directly in the sun, it's about 55 degrees. The track temperature is just over 50 degrees at the moment already. So it is pretty hot, actually. So we've got drivers and mechanics are bringing out the cars. As you can see on the screen there. We've got the live timing up, so you can see the driver positions. Hetland's going to start in with car 1, so we'll start with Hetland first, if we're able to, and you can see where the other racers that I've named are falling within the timing so far. So we've seen, if you go to the EFRA Facebook page or the Instagram account, which is EFRA.ws, or if you search on Facebook for EFRA or RC Motorsport Europe, you'll find those photos from this morning when the drivers and their teammates and mechanics were bringing in their cars. So it's always, this is the only track I've ever seen where there's actual shopping trolleys, basically, to bring in the racers' cars. I think it's quite cool. Brian is asking in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat, is this track only used for RC cars or is it for go-karts also? It is only used for RC cars. It's 1/8 IC, 1/10 IC, which is nitro, in other words, and large scale, obviously. It's one of the most popular tracks for large scale because the traction levels are so high. It never snows here, so the track doesn't get affected by freezing weather. I suppose is what makes that difference in the consistent traction. But there are go-karts that go around, but only the kids' go-karts. So the little slow ones, I imagine the ones with the bumpers that are around them. And there's various sheds and garages that are dotted around the facility grounds. And I imagine that's where the kids' go-karts are kept. Or maybe, the families, the go-karting dads and whatnot bring their own carts. So here we are. We're back on the moving camera now. And are we on car 1, Jude? I think we are. Yes, that's fabulous. We are following Marcus Hetland already. They aren't quite a live timing yet, but they will be. I mean, the qualifying times haven't quite started, but we'll hear the horn. There we go. Timing has started. everyone is on their own clock, and we'll see where Marius starts to come. He's coming around the Omega.
Go to the dot, the white dot.
Into the second hairpin, around commentator's corner, across that finish line. That tricolore is the official start-finish time. There is a backup loop. So we'll see how his first lap is a 19 flat, which is good start. Andrea Catalani with an 18.7 for his best lap already. D'Amico was the fastest in the third qualifying round, and he's already got an 18.5, 18.7 for Catalani. Let's see if we can find that car 4 out there. Yeah, we're already on him. That orange, the white and orange car going into that first corner, into the hut corner, into the infield chute, around the Omega, across the kink into that first hairpin, and the second hairpin, the last corner, also commentator's corner. He's already, is that Hetland just in front, I think, as well, or who was that? Having a slow time getting around. That is Hetland that he just passed very rapidly. So D'Amico's on a charge. Let's see what he does in this lap. 18.5 his best lap. He's just done another 18.5. 0.04 of a second slower than his fastest time. So D'Amico on a charge. Is he going to be able to beat that 33 laps in 10.08 and take the TQ and push Marcus Feldman out of the top 2 spots? Remember that 10.11 is actually all the time that he needs to beat, which was Feldman's first run. Feldman had terrible luck in the second and third runs. We don't know exactly what happened to him, but he didn't start the second run and broke out of the third run. So D'Amico, what's he done that time? 18.5. Another 18.5. So his best lap, Rapetti has just done an 18.4. I think the fastest time that we've seen in qualifying so far is an 18.2. These guys going, maybe they're just getting settled down a bit. Let's see if we can find the car number 2 of Catalani. One of the drivers I'm not too familiar with. He's just going down the main straight and into, he's the bright yellow car. Lots of multicolored bits in the middle. That one right there in the infield, going around the Omega. Across the kink, this is Andrea Catalani. Current fastest lap holder, 18.481, and he's just done it again. Well, sorry, as I was speaking, he did it. So 18.481, he's bettered his previous lap time. Coming into that first hairpin, and he's got the car 6 of Alessio Mazzeo just ahead of him. I was chatting with Alessio earlier, so got some good insight from him, and we might be able to get him in for a chat. Oh, Alessio getting a bit wild there. Letting Andrea get past as he goes down to the main straight into that first corner. It's a very fast first corner. It's doing about 55 miles an hour. It's about 88 kilometers an hour. Very, very quick, these cars. So D'Amico now takes over the fastest lap time. 18.417. We're on Catalani at the moment. We've already followed D'Amico. Let's see if we can find Feldman, car 9. They'll have the mostly yellow and blue, orange and blue coming around the second hairpin now, around commentator's corner. He's the last of these group of cars going down the main straight. There we go, the last one there. That is Feldman, car 9. So the car 9 signifying that in controlled practice, his fastest consecutive 3 laps were just a bit slower than everybody else in the field in this group. But he's presently, we don't have a predicted time on this timing system. And unfortunately, for anyone that asks, there is no live timing. live streaming time. There are live results, and that link is in the EFRA Facebook page. It's a bit too long to read out on the stream, but we're following Marcus Feldman. He's just passed, is that the car 0? Yes, of Sindre Undheim. Trying to catch up to the car 3 of Repetti. He's making his way forward. He's sitting in 5th, so he's not doing too hot, really. Repetti's just gone better in 18.3. That's the fastest lap so far of today. D'Amico sitting on that top spot, Catalani also, and Repetti. Those 3 cars are kind of interchanging, swapping around the top position. Arnaldi just jumps into 2nd, so he's moved up from the midfield. See if we can find that car number 5. He's somewhere in that first complex of turns. He's about to come to the 2nd hairpin now. He's the white and yellow car. Coming down the main straight. There we go. That is Arnaldi, previous European champion. So he's not really featured at the top, but he is challenging for 2nd, maybe 3rd in this heat. Repetti's still holding at 18.3, its fastest lap. Arnaldi being chased by the car 7 of Marko Grigic, who's our current world champion. So these guys are no slouches. We have a former European champion being chased by the current world champion. Arnaldi, obviously, after control practice, with that 5 on his car, doing just a bit better in control practice than Grigic with the number 7 on his car. He's also doing a bit better in this qualifying heat. So it's the last chance that these guys have to try and get an automatically qualify into the final. Remember, it's going to be 33 laps in 10:11 to beat. So Feldman not on pace, I don't think, to beat his time. Although he has just taken 18. Well, he did have fastest lap, 18.373, but Catalani has just beaten that with an 18.370, so 3,000th of a second. Got 2 minutes left in this run. Let's see who is going to step it up. So let's see if we can find, I don't think we followed Repetti yet, the car number 3. We're just coming around the 2nd hairpin now, the white and yellow car mostly, with blue going down into the first corner and around the hut corner. We've got him there. This is Eduardo Repetti, one of the challengers to possibly hop up into the automatic final position. Now, the reason why this is a big deal is because the next 14 cars are split across the semifinal A and the semifinal B. There's 7 in each, and they will have to run in the semifinal. If you're automatically promoted into the final, you don't have to run the semifinal, so there's no risk. You're automatically in the final. If you don't beat that 10:33 in 10 minutes and 11 seconds of Feldman, you have to run the semifinal, and there's always a risk. Your engine might go, your tires might go, you might crash out. Something unforeseen may happen to your car, and you will not make it into the final. So to get into the big show, without having to bother with the semifinal, you want to beat that 33 laps in 10:11. So we're following Repetti, who's been challenging with Catalani and D'Amico for the top 3 positions. Marcus Feldman's moved himself up into 4th. He keeps moving around. He's one of the better racers in the midfield. Hetland has stopped running. He stopped running about 10 laps ago, so we're not quite sure. Maybe he's just really super confident and he just want to have a morning run. These guys going through engines like it's nobody's business. These are very expensive engines as well. So we're on Repetti still. Catalani in that top spot at the moment with the best lap at 18.287, but Feldman takes the fastest lap again at 18.243. So these are the fastest laps. Feldman just behind the car we're watching. So they're working their way through traffic. I think that's Rapetti and Feldman. And everyone's on their final lap. Clock has stopped. Good sportsmanship. These guys are they are getting cold, but they're already slowing down. Now, let off the throttle, and let's see what happens here. So 33 in 10:12 for Catalani. So that is it. That sets the automatic bump ups into Catalani. That basically matches his time. It's 0.2 of a second better than his first run time yesterday of 33 laps in 10:12. So that's Hetland and Feldman auto bump up into the final, or automatically qualify, I should say. And it's left to the rest to battle it out in the semis. Woo! Glad I had 3 cappuccinos before I started that one. So, how's that been? I hope everyone enjoyed that. Got a few dozen people watching on the RC Racing TV YouTube stream. It's where we're looking at the comments. Obviously, if you're watching on Red RC or the EFRA YouTube channels or on those Facebook pages, welcome to everybody who's watching and observing and sitting with crossed fingers for your favorite driver or brand or country to see who is going to get into the final. Now, there's still a chance. You can see on screen, there's still a chance that someone from this group might be able to better Feldman's time. However, it's unlikely. So we'll see what we can see. There's still the target time that these drivers want to do is Feldman's 33 laps in 10 minutes and 11 seconds. It will be tough. And that is only the second qualifier, by the way, that Marcus Feldman actually finished. Or did the full time in. So it remains to be seen what will happen in a 30-minute final. That was only 10 minutes. So in this final, or this qualifier, I should say, it's we're going backwards from the fastest. These are now the next fastest group. This is heat number 6. We've got Constantino Nicola Morone, Cedric Prevot, former European champion, Adam Isse, Hessel Roskam, who's former world champion, Giovanni Verbrugge, former European champion, Dario Verselli, former European champion in large-scale off-road, Rick Vanderboel, Sascha Klug, Andrea Maestri, and Kevin Tolinars. So we've got a good spread of countries represented here. We've got Italy, we've got France, Austria, Netherlands, Belgium, Croatia, and Italy, Austria, Netherlands again. So these guys are on a 3-minute warm-up here in Fiorano. We're just a couple of miles from the Fiorano circuit. So unfortunately, it's not like the Nürburgring. You can't just show up, pay a toll, and have a drive yourself. You can only basically watch Ferraris drive around, or I think you can hire a Ferrari for a few laps and a few €100, I'm sure, to get around, which pretty cool, I think, isn't it? So, another round of excitement. We do have a slightly diverged schedule for today and tomorrow. We basically moved the quarterfinals to tomorrow, so we're slightly shortening today's schedule. And tomorrow's schedule still starts at 9 a.m. And we're going to have, well, actually slightly before that, because we're going to have a little bit of a build-up. And then we're less than, well, there we go. I'm sure it says 30 seconds, and then a few seconds later it beeps. Anyway, so the time has started. Let's see who can do what here. Who are we on? We're on the car 1 of Morone, who's just started his first lap. Almost everybody, okay, everyone started their laps, and the first laps are coming through. Got Vaselli with an 18.6, 18.8 for Issei, Tolinars with an 18.6. At the moment, no one is troubling, but of course we saw the lap times come down in that first qualifier. Heat 7, we're on Heat 6 here, so it's safe to say that these guys aren't going to be quite as fast as Heat 7, but we do have some drivers that we're going to keep an eye on. We've got Roskam, we've got Vaselli, we've got Prevo. At the moment, Vaselli on top. The racer from Croatia has got an 18.6 as his best lap. 18.7 is his most recent lap. Let's find that number 6 car out there. He is just going down. First of these 3 cars going down into the first corner. It's a bright orange and blue. Running an Audi body, or an Audi styled body, I should say. It's not quite a replica. It's not a licensed replica, let's say. Most of the cars are running an Alfa, which, you know, I think is suiting, because we are in Italy, home of Alfa Romeo and Fiat, and Ferrari, obviously. I haven't mentioned this, but in the Bologna airport, which is where I flew into, and I've noticed this, they basically have literally an actual Huracan Evo Lamborghini in the airport there, and a Lamborghini swag shop, which I think is just absolutely the coolest thing ever. I mean, you don't fly into Heathrow and you see the latest exclusive model Land Rover, so or Jaguar or something like that. It's quite cool. So we're with Vaselli anyway. He's coming into that infield section around the Omega, as I call it, across the kink into the first hairpin. And the second hairpin. Morone jumps into first position. Let's see what Dario does. He takes over first position with an 18.5 as his fastest lap. He just did an 18.6. Tolinars from the 10 is into the second. Morone jumps into first, pushes Dario down. We were following Morone to start with, I believe. And we're on Dario Vaselli, off-road racer from Croatia. Ooh, gets up on 2 wheels. That makes it interesting. Little clincher moment. Down the main straight, crossing the 2 timing loops. There's a main loop, which is a tricolore loop, and the backup loop, which is the white line. Okay, so let's see if we can find the car number 10 of Tolinars. He's doing pretty well. He didn't pre-qualify very well, but he's doing all right now. He's just crossing the main, going down the main straight now. This is the yellow car, last of this group that's going into the infield. There we go. That's Kevin Tolinars from the Netherlands. Let's see what the Dutch racer can do. Slight track cut there. But as long as they're not going too far over, or all 4 wheels over, and the referee's eyes aren't on you, you're all right. See if Tolinars can catch the number 7 of Vanderbilt, fellow countryman. Vanderbilt, by the way, is catching Sascha Klug of Austria, just ahead of this car. So eventually, the referee's going to call Klug to pull over, because he's got 2 clearly faster cars behind him. I'm sure Klug recognizes this, but, you know, it's racing. There we go, he lets him by. Let's see if Tolinars is able to get past him as well pretty quickly without incident. Usually the verbal blue flags work fairly well. Prevo has jumped up into the second spot. He's Prevo is just ahead of Vaselli, about to cross the finish line now. He's a bright yellow and blue. Going into the infield. There we go. That's Cedric Prevost, former European champion. And he is catching the car number 9 of Mastery. Or is it Maestri? Like Maestro, but Maestri. He's catching him hand over fist. Going through the kink. Most drivers are able to straight line that kink, but then you're in danger of getting on the grass just afterwards. Maestri letting him pass pretty well. Don't get too close because you don't. I mean, everyone's pretty much the same braking points for everybody. Maestri in the 9th position at the moment. Prevost dropped down to 7th. Just jumped up into 2nd, so there's quite a big battle in the midfield and still with the top. Vaselli, he's stuck at the top for a little while. Things seem to settle down, but his fastest lap is just an 18.4, whereas we saw in the last qualifier it was an 18.2 was the fastest lap for 2 or 3 of the top drivers. Let's follow this battle here. This is Tolinars being chased by Vanderpool. They're doing roughly the same time. So let's stick with these guys. And it's interesting to see what the referees call sometimes. Straight line that chicane. Coming around the commentator's corner. Down the main straight. Doing about 84 kilometers an hour. It's about 52 miles an hour. Pretty good hefty speed for pretty chunky cars. So if this is your first time watching, you'll notice that there's no marshals out there. That's because they're doing 50 miles an hour and they weigh, I don't know, 10 or 15 kilos. They're quite heavy. You don't want these things tumbling at you out of control. 2 minutes 40 seconds left. Ooh. Tumbling car, he's able to get back on track, so no problem for anybody else but the car that tumbled. That's good. Right, so who haven't we followed now in this one? This guy's getting very close now. Tolinars chasing him down. Getting really close in the tight bits. Of course, as with any racing car, you can be set up for high speed or for the slow corners or the fast corners. Ooh, a little wide there from Tolinars. He's getting caught by Moroni. Now, Moroni coming up on the pair of them. We drop back to the 3 cars behind, Jude. Just wait there for the next 3 cars. These 3. Actually, just these 2 here, the 2 with the white front. That is Moroni, who's past Tolinars now. And we'll stick with the blue. Tolinars, big crash. Now zoom out a bit. There's his mechanic running to the car, sprinting almost. I'd say that, yeah, it's not quite a sprint, is it? Now it's a jog. Now it's a walk, and he's picking up the car. Is it still running? It's running, so he puts it back down. So luckily, Tolinars is going to be able to finish, but he's lost a good half a lap there, so that kind of ruins his run. And that was just after the start of his lap as well, which ends just here at the tricolore line. So that lap was a 35.56. So that is an example of what a slow lap does to you. Now you can see on the timing in the top right, he's dropped all the way down to the bottom now, which, you know, is roughly where he started. That was the car that had just passed him, so now he's a lap down, so he's basically lost a whole lap to Moroni. So unfortunate, but that's a very good demonstration of what happens when you crash. Your mechanic has to run out there, probably cursing under his breath, as you can hear him on the wireless headset radios. Because everyone's wearing a set of radios to say, "Oh, I crashed! First corner, first corner." Oh, now I got to run out there. Pain. All right, Vaselli, he's bettered his fastest lap. He's got an 18.444. So we're following Moroni, who's challenging Vaselli, but not quite. He's about a second behind on time. and just being not quite as quick as Vaselli. Vaselli's definitely sped up. So the time has stopped, and as the drivers finish, they will be, their qualifier is finished. So I think that is going to be for the top 2 positions, that is going to be it for the decider. We've got Hetland and Feldman of Norwegian and a German, both running Mechatechs. They qualify straight into the final, which will be run tomorrow at 3 p.m. Local time, which is Central European time. So GMT +2, if you're keeping track. If you're watching us, if you're watching us live from the west coast, the east coast of the U.S., that's amazing. Oh, look at these two guys having an argument. The mechanics are yelling at each other on track. They're properly having a ding-dong shouting match on track as they're picking up their drivers' cars. Wow. These guys, both their cars have crashed out. Can't quite see the number on that one. And there was the blue car. 5 of Verbrugge and someone else. So the drivers had crashed, and then the mechanics have to run out there. And of course, you're not going to touch a competitor's car. 1, so you're not accused of anything, and 2, so you're not helping them. And the mechanics were really properly shouting at each other, and they're actually teammates as well, not country teammates, but just car teammates. Right, so we got 3 minutes to warm up. Brian, yes, this is properly an amazing facility. They've got a covered patio area. They have an uncovered patio area with tables and umbrellas. They have a full bar with 2 working proper barista coffee machines, which I'm sampling at the moment, and a couple of meeting rooms as well. Fully covered pits. All of these you will be able to see on the EFRA Facebook page, and more photos will be uploaded today and tomorrow. Fully computerized everything. It's great. European Championship level racing at its finest at one of the best facilities. So we're just taking a very short break here, just for a referee review. So I'm just going to be on mute for a bit, but you can hear the cars going around before the racing starts. All right, so yes, we're back. Oh, time has just started. So in this one, if you missed the drivers' names as they came up on the screen, we've got Tom Hawk from Germany, Marco Harleman, Stefan Strasser, Adam Westholm, Jan Rathieski, Michael Weiser, Placido Quickry, Ambrosio Vender, Sven Rodewald, and Matthias Domig. Yeah, so from the chat in the RC Racing TV Facebook YouTube channel, that's where most of the chat is happening. So that's just where we're watching the most. So apologies if you're trying to comment or chat elsewhere on one of the other streams that we're sharing the stream to, which would be the EFRA Facebook page, RC Racing TV Facebook, and Red RC Facebook. Yeah, so there's a couple comments. So just read them out and reply to them. If you can, will be good to share some forums for large-scale on-road racing. Yeah, feel free. In the chat, you can't put actual web links, but feel free. So, bom dia from Brazil. Bom dia. Morning from Switzerland. So I'm not. How many languages does Swiss speak? About 13 languages. Yeah. So good morning. Buenos dias. No, not buenos. Bonjour. I think that's the main one. Buongiorno, and Guten Morgen. So who are we with? We're with Lightning McQueen, car number 4. It's not car number 495. It's car number 4. But we know he's really number 95. It's car number 4 of Adam Westholm from Sweden. That's one of the more, well, it's certainly the most, I think it's the only Pixar-related scheme that is here. He even has eyes on the windshield strip at the top, which is quite cool. Crickery has unfortunately stopped. We're not sure why. Tom Hawk was just in 9th position. And as he crossed the line, he came first. So as these drivers, it's kind of the story of the early laps. When the drivers are this close, as they cross the line, they go to the top of position. But things start to filter out about halfway through, and it kind of settles down to there's 3, maybe 4 racers that as they cross the line, they'll kind of cycle around the top 3 positions, and then there's kind of a midfield, and there's 1 or 2 cars that crash out, and 1 or 2 cars that kind of just kind of move around the bottom position. So as you can see, Tom Hawk he still has top fastest lap in this race, 18.5. And let's see if we can pick another car, Jude. Any car. Let's see who this is. This is the car 1 of Tom Hawk, actually. There we are. Tom Hawk on screen. Let's give him, by virtue of his fastest lap, we'll follow him for a bit. So obviously, these guys all itching to make sure that they qualify as good as they can. Tom Hawk currently, after the 3rd round of qualifying, his fastest time was a 32:10.06. If he can stay around that time, he's going to be in the semifinal. So that's pretty good. Let's see what he does as he crosses the line now. Right up to the top. So still with the fastest lap. And Domig hops up to the top from the number 10. So let's move up 1 car, Jude, to that yellow. I think that's Stefan Strasser. Hey! I think it is. Of course, I missed got a big monitor in the way. I can't see them quite when they come past. But yes, that is Stefan Strasser. He's been passed by Tom now, which is fine. They're not really competing for the top positions. Stefan, yeah, so he's crossed the line in 4th. So, yeah, we're in that mid-race area, that mid-race time period where things have started to filter out. The fastest drivers are cycling around the top 2 or 3, maybe 4 spots. So Mark Bruton Young. So you want to see the stream from yesterday's quali? That's fine. If you go to the RC Racing TV YouTube channel, so you just go on YouTube, search for RC Racing TV, and one of the top results should be the Thursday qualifying live stream, which would be yesterday. So you can click on that and watch all of yesterday's coverage from start to finish as much as you like. So if you know the driver, the qualifying race that the driver you're interested in was in, you can just scroll forward or backwards and find them pretty easily. So it's yeah, that's how you do it. Just go to YouTube. Yesterday's Facebook stream will also have it, but it's easier to find stuff on YouTube, the past stuff. Right, so let's move on. Let's move up to the car in front, which is the car number 6, that white car of Michael Weiser from Austria. He's moving up and down. He's doing not quite as quick as Stefan, so Stefan's going to be coming through Michael's car, coming past Michael's position, not too long now. You can see him very slowly catching. So in a few laps. So let's, excuse me, sorry. Try not to cough into the mic. Let's move up 2 cars. That's a Lightning McQueen. Belay that, Jude. Coming down the main straight now, we've got the car number 9, a very bright green and blue car of Sven Rodewald. We're just going to start covering just different cars now because the fastest drivers, we pretty much know what the final and the semifinal is going to be, or what the semifinals are going to be composed of. Although there are a couple of racers in this qualifier that are going to be in the semis, and it's only the top 4 that bump up. So now the way it works is Hetland and Feldman, by virtue of their qualifying times of 13:10:08 and 13:10:11, they are automatically in the final. So they don't have to do any more racing until tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, actually. Tomorrow afternoon at 3. So basically, they're just going to sit around and let their mechanics work on their cars, and the engine guys tune the cars, and they're good. And the rest of the field, the next 14 fastest drivers will be competing to get, like Tom Hawk, who's in this race, Stefan Strasser, who's in this race. Who else? Variable. I think they're the only 2 that are in this qualifying run. So Strasser doesn't look like he's going to be improving his time from yesterday. Domig has still challenging. Domig might pop up in there. Let's find the car 10 for the last minute or so. Where is he at? Domig he's the green car, just coming around the commentator's corner now. Bright green car, there we go. He's coming down the main straight. We picked him up. This is Matthias Domig. So he's the only one in this qualifier that is going to challenge to get into the semifinal, because it's only the top 14 racers. And they're split 7 and 7. 7 of them are put into the semifinal A, 7 are put into the semifinal B. And then, so that's 7, and then you have, they compete with the 3 drivers who are bumping up from each of their quarterfinal A and B. Okay, so it's 7 plus 3, it's 10. And then the top 4 racers of those, of each semifinal, get put into the final. So that's 10 racers making up the final. So, time is completed. This is Dominique's last lap. See what he does. No, he's still running. No, he's finished. So 32 and 10-12. 32 and 10-12 for Martelli. Or Dominic, sorry. 10-12, nope, he didn't make it. So Tom Hawk and Stefan Strasser from this qualifier are going into the semifinals. Dominic not able to get past that. So there's your finishing positions. Tom Hawk did improve slightly. 10:06, no. 32:10:06.170. 0.6 of a second faster than his best qualifying time from yesterday. So the track is very slightly faster. So all my talk yesterday of there being a rocket round and yada, 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 unfortunately has come to naught. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my laptop here before, so I can see all the chat, all the chat. Just finding a plug. Oh, come on, plug. Here we are. Okay. All right. Yes. So we're back. Yeah. So that is the semifinals. It looks like are made up. I will go to, and you can go as well, to the EFRA Facebook page and find the link. It's padlet.com, and then there's a bunch of other stuff in there. Okay, just a moment, just slight technical question here. Right, so if you go to the link that's on the EFRA Facebook page, there is a link for the live results. There is no live timing, so there's no streaming timing like we sometimes have. So apologies for that. It's not our fault. It's just the way the system is set up at this particular track. Every track is different. So, yeah, our technical guys do a lot of coding and stuff like that behind the scenes at every event that we go to. So if we go to, let me see, where's the overall? We don't have finals composition yet. Okay, well, we'll see when we get a finals composition or the overall for touring car. I think we have to wait for the final for Heat 1 of touring car, which is in a few heats time. So, in this qualifier, which is heat number 4, yes, we've got Stefano Bianchi, Nuno Pinto, Oriol Gill. We did have someone shouting, cheering on Oriol yesterday, so hopefully they're watching. And, yeah, we've got someone cheering for Boro Nuno. RB8, yes, bum dia. Unfortunately, that's apart from that and obrigado, that's the only Portuguese I know, unfortunately. Been lucky enough to go to Portugal a couple times now, so I like to pick up the local chat. So we are we've got following car 1 of Stefano Bianchi, and we'll try to follow various cars as we go along. So Jude, feel free to, if I'm not talking about the car in particular and talking about other stuff, just move to another car whenever you like. Just give them a few laps and we'll move on. So yes, the cameraman's not sleeping. The cameraman is waiting for the time to start. So don't worry, we are going to follow as many cars as we can. Gil has popped up into the top position. Nuno Pinto is challenging. So like I said in the last qualifier, the first half of this race, so the first 4 or 5 minutes or so, there's a lot of moving around. So as drivers cross, they jump up to the top, and this happens quite a lot. So we'll see that happen all through the first several minutes of the run, and then about 4 or 5 minutes in, it starts settling down. So the top 2 or 3 positions, those drivers kind of just stay in those positions, and then the middle 5 or 6 or so, they kind of do the same. So be challengers from the midfield, they kind of stay in the midfield. Giuseppe Rosignoli had a slow lap there. Something happened. 35 seconds on that lap. It's not great. Nuno Pinto also had a very slow lap after setting fastest lap, so something happened there. Nuno in the blue car there. So a question from the chat: how many drivers are using MCD cars? Well, not that many. We don't have I don't have a count of what everybody's running. But from the top 3 racers, which are basically going to be all just pro guys, there are 2 MCD cars in the top 3 heats. I don't think that's necessarily representative of what the privateer guys are running, because there are a lot of sponsor guys here. Most of the cars here are Mechatech, though, because it's just the way it works out. Is you have you win a few championships and a world championship, and you have a lot of pro guys running cars, and what wins on Sunday sells on Monday, right? So, or in this case, Saturday. So, you'd just like to remind everybody you're watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. My name is Frank McKinney. We've got Jude McCallum on camera. We've got Matt McCallum out there taking videos and talking to people and making some excellent content that we're going to be putting into a really, really nice live studio show tomorrow. Let's follow the car in front, Jude. The Martini livery car. There you go. Let's give him a few laps and then move on to another. Love that Martini livery car. That number 7 of Noel Thibault or Thibault. I always do that. I say Thibault and then I say, oh, is it Thibault? And yeah, there's a few Tricolore cars because there's lots of Italians here. I think the European Championships, because it's the host nation. Nuno, trying to make a pass there. Referee not seeing that one. Nuno's definitely faster than Thibault, I think. Well, not on the overall timing, but he's definitely got a faster car. Ooh, is he going to be able to do it? There we go. Yeah, okay, he gave him space. And then did you see how the white car was offline? And he got a bit squirrely at the end there when he was braking, because these cars, which I think is awesome, have adjustable front and rear operable disc brakes, like functioning disc brakes on each wheel. So the They do have front wheel braking, which makes it more realistic, obviously. So we can drop back one car, Jude. And if we have already followed him, I mean, if we have, we can drop back. Let's follow these 3 cars. Let's see who they are. Ooh, getting past. Oh, another pass. Okay, safe. So that's number 5, 9, and 8 of Claudio Rossi, Arnaud Brassart, and Luca Rowley, Christian Weber, and Pascal Hervé. And this is the 9 and 8. Moving up. Oh, sorry, the 5 and 9. Getting past Hervé. So I forget where I was before, but Hessel and Dario are MCD. Yes, that is correct. Well, actually also Michael Vesser. I was told Roscam is Mechatech, but that may be incorrect. But I'm told that with I'm a fair degree of confidence. But Michael Weiser also with MCD. And no one in the top heat at the moment. Good morning, Tara. Yes, we hope everyone has a nice racing day. So we've got Finland, we've got Brazil, we've got... where is everyone watching from? If you're able to comment, find the RC Racing YouTube channel and find the stream. Well, I mean, you'll be on the stream. But if you're watching on one of the other streams, we are broadcasting live on EFRA Facebook, RC Racing TV Facebook, and Red RC Facebook, and also on the YouTube channels for all those as well. So EFRA, RC Racing, and Red RC. But we are paying attention mostly to the comments that come in on the RC Racing TV channel. So that's just where we get most of the comments. So we're physically unable to, just from the amount of monitors and the time it takes to watch everything. That's the only comments that we're able to read. So we've got UK watching. Brazil, Finland, where else? Switzerland. I think we have a few from the UK watching. So hello and welcome. From Massachusetts. So I can't do a Boston accent, and I don't think everyone in Massachusetts has a Boston accent, so don't want to be too offensive. But yes, good morning to America and the Americas. So at the moment we're following car number 1 of Stefano Bianchi, who looks like he's well out in the lead. Luca Rowley, have we followed the car number 5 of Luca? We saw him, yes, we did follow him for a bit. Gil Oriole, the car 3, I think we followed him. I don't think we followed him, actually. Where's the car number 3 at? Sorry, not Gil Oriole. Oriole Gil. He's the orange car coming across commentator's corner and the finish line now. There we are. Love these large scale cars. They're so easy to spot. Coming around the infield section, around the Omega. Kind of straight lining that a bit. He's being chased down by the 5 and 7 of Luca Rowley and Noel Thibault. So he's probably going to get past here. Going to have to relinquish his position, let the fastest cars get by. But actually, Gil is one of the faster cars, so Thibault, he should be pulling away from these guys just very slightly. But it looked like he was getting caught. not cutting the corner quite as much as Rowley. Well, Rowley is just a tiny bit faster, actually, so that's what is confusing me. And there are, just behind Nuno Pinto, John Priest from Netherlands had to stop. Fastest lap 19 flat by Nuno Pinto, and everyone's on either their last lap or have finished. These guys, I think, have all been caught. I think they've all been caught. And the computer, the drivers do have a speaker right behind them telling them, finish car such and such, finish car 8, finish car 7. But sometimes they just decide to do an extra lap. Maybe they're concentrating too much, or they don't care, and they just want to get as much track time as possible, or who knows. I mean, yeah, it is fun to drive model cars around. Yes. Strider Hell's Rider. Yeah, we have our own commenter. That's me. There is a feed from the track. It's Polestar TV. But yeah, we are doing a specific moving camera and fixed cameras and video inserts and all sorts of things. Well, today and mostly tomorrow. But we got lots of great stuff lined up. So we have viewers from Austria. Very cool. There's several people to follow and cheer on. Latvia. Unfortunately, no Latvian racers here. Los Angeles CA. Really? Wow. Watching at 1:30 in the morning. You are up late, sir or ma'am.
Yeah, you can put, but...
Yeah. Instead of car, you just say car. Gonna get in the car. UK, close to Robin Hood Raceway. Yes, Brian, hi, how are you? And watching from the UK, cheering on Ian Southey and the UK team. Yeah, the camera guy does listen. Yeah, basically, yeah. Commentator and director. And, whoa, car at the very end there. You can just see it has just flipped over. You see the marshal running. That is not a great way to start off the day. Don't worry about it, Jude. We've got our the names on screen. I'll read them off in a moment, but you can't quite see because the names are on the screen. There we go. Now they're gone. And stricken car. And other cars are crashing as well because the driver or the mechanics are below. They're connected by radio. The drivers and mechanics. So as soon as that guy crashed, that racer had crashed, he was probably telling his mechanic before he'd even stopped, I've crashed, end of the straight. And you can see there when we pan left, you can see Javier, the referee. He's probably also telling the racers, just be careful. You see Matt on screen there, getting some cool footage for tomorrow's video inserts. And then, of course, as that car is being picked up, there's a marshal on track, so Javier is telling all the racers on a speaker that only they can hear, all right, we have, there's someone on the track, watch out on the straight, at the end of the straight, okay, clear, etc. But until it's clear, all the other mechanics are probably telling their racers over their headsets, there's a car, crash car at the end of the straight. So they're slowing down, just like smashing on the brakes. And causing their own accidents and going off track, basically. So, yeah, it's a kind of a cascade of events. It was a big crash. Yeah, it was probably, I didn't catch the number on it, and I don't know if he's gone back out, but if he hasn't, you can understand why. These cars are there he goes. He's coming out now. We'll see which car it was. Not to name and shame or anything, but just to kind of see if it's driving straight, if it's still got throttle and braking and all that stuff. I think it's car 4. That was Sebastian Mancia, and he's driving a Mechatech, which is the only car that I have brand information for in this heat, because you can see the the stickers on the cars as they come past. So in this race, we'll just read them off. They're about to start timing any second now. But we'll just move around from car to car. So you can switch cars, Jude. Pierluigi Bonensegni in his car 1, and Nicola Borsoni, car 2, Joel Mendonca, Sebastian Mancia, who we were just following, Claudio Rossi, Georgi Koksmaros, Sami Pajalin from Finland. So Tara, there's your person to cheer for. David DeFeo, Arnaud Brassart, and Fabio Scatizzi. You can guess what country he's from. Yeah, I would say I would agree. It probably was a traction roll. The track is known for being very high grip. Currently on Fabio Scatizzi as he's starting his first lap, or finishing his first lap, doing a 21.9, so possibly not going to be contesting for the best time in this qualifier. But yeah, as more rubber is laid down, I was talking with one of the top racers earlier. He was explaining the tire choices and the tire selection, because each brand, basically, it's a bit like Formula One. Each brand of tires, which is GRP and PMT. GRP and PMT, they basically nominate 3 tires. So ultra soft, soft, super soft, and ultra soft is what I think it's PMT calls it, and then GRP calls them different, like they use numbers. And then the drivers just choose whichever one, whatever brand that they run, whether they're sponsored or whether they only buy that one brand. They choose. Generally, it's soft, I believe, or the super soft on the rear, generally, and then depending on how much steering they want, they use either the ultra soft, soft, or whatever for the front, and that will all change. Obviously, if you have too much steering, yeah, you're going to get that traction roll. So generally, it's never been a case. I mean, I used to race electric touring car, the 1/10, much smaller versions of these. And it was never the case of, well, I'll just steer less. It's, with my fingers and with my mind, I'll just remember to steer a bit less. It's always just been, well, I'll put harder shocks on the front, or I'll put stiffer springs, or thicker oil, or whatever. But in electric, you tend to stick with the same compound and type of tire front and rear. You don't change the inserts front and rear. So it's always just... It's very interesting seeing how the racing is the same, but then there's these critical differences between the different types of racing, just from the way these cars are made and set up. Oh, we have another Finn watching. So Juko Kentai, yes, Kenta, yeah, also cheering on Sammy in this run. Car 7, I don't know if we followed them yet, but we'll move to them. And in these lower heats, we are slightly more lax. There we are. Ah, yes, the black 88, but actually car 7, officially. We followed Sammy several times yesterday. The only car running a... Ooh, watch it on the second hairpin. At least the marshal or the mechanic leaned over instead of just using his foot. Now, just kick it over. So we'll pick Sammy up again. Follow him around. So Pierluigi in the car 1 still on top. So we're about halfway through. About 5.5 minutes left. So Pierluigi... So, like I was saying earlier, the top 3 cars will be swapping positions, and then it's the next 4 or 5 that will be swapping the positions. Sometimes one of those midfield cars will kind of pop up into the top 2 or 3 spots. So it's just kind of the rhythm of the qualifying race. obviously the finals, which I haven't gone over the schedule. So I'll do that in between afterward in a few minutes. Let's see, have we followed? I think we have followed the car one because Jude tends to pick up the car one first. We followed the Martini. We're following Sammy. There's another Martini just behind. Oh, this is the car one. So I don't think we have followed him. So let's follow as the car one passes Sammy here. That's our leader, Pierluigi. We'll follow him as he gets. There we go. Gets the verbal blue flag. Sammy does, and lets Pierluigi Boninsegni get past there. Running an Alpha, just like Sammy is, but with the Martini colors. Iconic retro racing colors. Performance. Yes, this is the Fiorano track. Fiorano, Italy is where we are. Strider, if you don't mind me just shortening your name very slightly. So Pierluigi coming up on the number 5 of Claudio Rossi, who's running in that midfield group. So hopefully these drivers, and these will be mostly privateer, self-funded, shall we say, drivers, not necessarily sponsored by engine and car makers. Very big track cut there, yes, by Pierluigi, which is not really in England. Or I might say, that's not cricket. So if the referee's eye is on you, might get a stop and go. So Pierluigi coming around going down the main straight into the second corner. I'm calling it variously either the second turn or hut corner. Around the Omega, across the kink. Ooh, onto the grass. That's definitely going to be slower. So that kind of makes up for that track cut earlier. Is he going to try it again? No. Goes around. So maybe he was told, because that was a proper track cut. So the curbs, they're not serrated curbs like you'd find at a full-size racing circuit. There are just garden paving slabs, basically, concrete blocks that are just put in the ground and painted in the Italian tricolore. And yeah, the track is basically built specifically for large scale. And it's still just big enough for 8th scale nitro racing as well. And it's also, which makes it just about suitable for 10th scale nitro. They're doing, for you guys in America, they're doing about 55 miles an hour at the end of the straight before they start braking, which is, can tell you, pretty fast, especially if they're coming right at you. They are properly blinding fast down the straight. 88 kilometers an hour, 55 miles an hour. These guys might be doing about 52 or 84 kilometers, maybe 79. Investigating the source of this beeping. Not sure where it's coming from. What's this? This beeping. So just checking it out. So, Boninsegni still on top, as you can see from the live timing at the top right. Just a few seconds left in this one. Looks like he's going to be running away with it. Amazingly, all the racers are due to finish this race. I think that's the first qualifier in this round that is going to be doing it. Whoa! Oh! Massive crash on the back stretch there. Sammy getting the worst end of that. At least it was front to front. They don't have foam bumpers under these things. It's just big plastic bumpers on the front. Both cars are still running. Wow. That was a big hit because Sammy came nearly full speed directly into a fully stopped car. No fault of his. It was, I didn't catch the number of the car that he's stopped. So maybe there was damage now. And his mechanic had already taken off his high-vis. That is bad luck there. But he finished. He was able to finish still. So there's our results. Pierluigi with 31 and 10.09. It's 2 laps slower than Marcus Hetland was able to do to earn his top qualifier position after 4 rounds. Sammy still finished 4th in that one, even with that very big hit. I know we've caught some on camera that I have missed. That's the first one that I've actually seen. Right, so in the next one, we've got heat number 2 coming up. I think we might get the name. Well, the names are on screen. You can see the last names there, but I'll read them off. Full names. We've got Andre Resende from Portugal, David Le Bescon from Switzerland, Yohan Morad from France, Roberto Mazzi from Italy, Neo Le Bescon from Switzerland, Perez G. Chavez from Germany. I would not expect that name to be coming from Germany. Interesting. Magnar Kverneland Time or Time from Norway. I need to find the Norwegian guys and ask them how to pronounce that last name. Angelo Vicini from Italy. Matt Buxton from Germany. And Ian Southey also from UK. Did I say Matt Buxton from Germany? He's from the UK. GWR. Mario was saying they do have foam bumpers, not plastic. Not on the cars I've seen so far. They tend to be running just the straight plastic bumper underneath, like you'd find on electric turn cars, and then you add the foam on top. I am happy to be corrected on that. There are photos of these cars, actually, on the EFRA Facebook page. So I know some of you guys are saying, oh, I want to see what these cars look like underneath. Fair enough. I'm an RC geek as well, so that's why I went around the pits this week and took photos. So you can check them out if you go to the EFRA Facebook page. It's RC Motorsport Europe. RC Motorsport Europe, sorry. And you go into the photo section, and the photo album for this particular event is the EFRA Large Scale On-Road European Championships. And of course, the live stream is also on the EFRA Facebook page. Live stream is also on Red RC's Facebook page and RC Racing TV. And brought to you live and for free all week long, including tomorrow during our live show by RC Fox and RC Models with a Z.co.uk. So thank you very much to our sponsors who are amazing and allow us to bring you this for free all week long. That's truly super awesome. Really appreciate that. So we do have a bit of a road trip. The control crew we're going to be in Austria next week for the large-scale off-road European Championships, and then back down to Gubbio for the 1/10 Nitro on-road championship. So, better known as the Nitro Touring Car European Championships. So there's a bunch of photos being uploaded right now as I am speaking to you to the EFRA Facebook page in the photo albums. There's already some photos there. You can see photos of the pit areas and some cars up close, especially the Formula One cars, which are completely different to these cars underneath. They still have the same sort of transmission. It's not really a diff. Well, no, there is a diff. There is no transmission. It's just open gears, which is very interesting. So I'm going to get some even closer photos of those. But yes, the Facebook page is littered with photos from the pits, action on the track. There's some nice photos, if I do say so myself, and I do. So we're on the car number 1. These guys have been running for about 50 seconds now of Andre Resende. He's already set a fastest lap of 20.2. Which has just been surpassed by Matt Buxton with a 20.282. And then Resende gets it back with a 19.955. So yeah, if you want to see what the cars look like underneath, yeah, there you go. EFRA Facebook page. Please check it out. Yeah, I'd have to be honest, I need to review my photos and just check whether they do actually have foam on the bumpers themselves. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But, the F1 cars definitely don't, because they have the front wing. You can see that in, I do see a foam bumper there. On one of the cars I'm looking at right now, it's on the EFRA Facebook page. One of the cars in the pits being worked on by one of the privateer racers, shall we say. Yeah, the big thick foam. But I was going to comment that there's very little chance of actually being hit by one of these cars unless you're one of the mechanics that are going out to marshal your driver's car. So you'll notice that there are no marshals out on track because it's the individual driver's mechanic are the only ones that are allowed to marshal. So if you crash on the far end of the track, your marshal has to run out there in the heat, which is a mere 38 degrees Celsius. It's roughly 100 degrees Fahrenheit. And run across the track and try not to get hit. So they are obviously very careful about crossing the track, and the referee will be alerting all the drivers on the rostrum, the driver's stand, that we have a marshal on the track, and so on. And they are wearing high-vis vests as well. And, the usual RC rules are in force, no open-toe sandals and, actual shoes and stuff like that. So it's all very strict. So I know we're getting a lot of comments about things like track cutting and stuff like that, but it is quite strict here. So, it's not your normal just anything goes club race. This is European Championship level racing. And you will see probably 80% of these top drivers are going to be, challenging at the Worlds as well, which I believe I was told in the chat yesterday is going to be in Fontana, California, later this year. So, I promised about 10 or 20 minutes ago to mention talk about the schedule for today. So, We were going to, if you were listening to the stream yesterday, I did mention that we were going to have the GT, the GT. If I say that, I actually mean touring car, but it does mean Grand Touring, but you know what I mean. We were going to have the quarterfinals for touring car today, but we're actually going to stop after the 1/8 finals today. So we're going to finish at about 5 p.m. local time. That's Central European or GMT +2 time. The schedule, the overall schedule being, we're going to finish this round of qualifying at 11:40 a.m. Central European time. Then we're going to have a lunch break. And we're going to start with the finals, 20-minute finals for each one at 2 p.m. local time with the 132A of touring car, which is one of the slowest drivers, but the top 3 are going to bump up into the 116A, and which will run after the 116B. So we have essentially the 2 p.m. for the 132A, 2:40 for the 116B, 3:20 for the 116A, and then 4 o'clock 1/8B, and 4:40 for the 1/8A. And then we're done at 5 o'clock. So those are all 20-minute races with about 20 minutes in between each race. So that allows plenty of time for a 10-minute delay in case racers need them. Dead car, yeah, so waggling his wheels, going, please, mechanic, get across the track, but safely get across the track. That's Matt Buxton. Unfortunate, got beached there on the edge of the track. So it's the danger of having, let's say danger, but we have nice grass infield. And if you go off it, you got grass and dirt on your tires, and you'll be going slower for a while. All right, we're on the number 6 car of Chavez. I'm not sure if it's G Chavez Perez or Perez G Chavez, but I'm just going to go with Chavez. The yellow bee-themed car, because it's got a little honeycomb on the side. You can't quite see on camera, but there is, I believe, in the EFRA photo album for this event, there is a photo of his car, the best one I could get yesterday or the other day. So this is the second to last heat of touring car, and the next one is the last heat of touring car, heat number 1. And then we're going to go into the fastest heat of formula cars, which is heat 10. And then heat 9. And then there is no heat 8 because they are drivers who registered and paid to enter but have not physically shown up to race. So we're just going to skip that one. That's why we're finishing slightly earlier than the published time schedule. And then tomorrow's schedule, the racing starts at about 9 a.m. Central European time, with the quarterfinal A and quarterfinal B. So all the way from today's finals that are running, 3 drivers will bump up into each of those, into the next fastest heat. So normal bump up procedure, if you're familiar with RC racing and Christmas tree finals, as they're called. And then from the semifinals, there's semifinals for the Formula 1 and semifinals for the touring car. So there's 2 semifinals for each class. And then 4 drivers will bump up from each of those, making 8 into the final. And each class has 2 drivers that have qualified directly into the final, which makes 10 total. And hopefully that all makes sense. Describing it in words verbally is quite difficult, to be honest. So, and then there is a free practice for top qualifiers after each of the semis. So there's 10 minutes of basically a practice for the 2 drivers in each class that have qualified directly into the A. So 2 drivers have 10 minutes of free practice time in Formula One and the same for touring car, because they will have no idea what the track is like at that time of day. It could be grippier, it could be less grippy, anything could have happened. So they'll have 10 minutes of practice, and then the finals start at 2 p.m. tomorrow with the Formula One. So that's a 25-minute final. And then at 3 p.m., the finals for touring cars start. 10 racers in each. And tomorrow's race will be very exciting. It'll be quite cool. Or tomorrow's program, I should say, will be very exciting. We're going to have video features that come in. We're going to have interviews. We're going to be talking to large-scale racers from around the world, which will be quite interesting because I'm promised that we're going to have one of the feature racers from previous events joining us tomorrow, which will be quite exciting. Nick will be on the stream as well. And that is everyone's race over, as you can see. Finishing order, Mazzi, David Lebescon, Neo Lebescon, Resende, Southey, Magnar, Murriad, Buxton, and Chavez. I'm amazed I was able to get that out, but there it is on screen for you. Okay, so thanks everybody for watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. This broadcast is once again brought to you free, no charge, no cost to you by by RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. And you're watching us on RC Racing TV, EFRA, or Red RC. So thank you for joining us. So now that the foam gate is over, and I've been heftily corrected that there are foam bumpers indeed on every car, and actually even corrected myself with the photos that I took from the pits. We've got the last heat of qualifying coming up. And those drivers being Paul Hards from the UK. Very small UK team here. Also a very small Finnish team, but we do have two of the Finnish racers in this race. Jethro and Titus Leto-Jarvi. Father and son. I believe the father is Jethro. And the son is Titus. And there's the names on screen for you. Dario Lorencevic from Croatia. So we have two Darios from Croatia. Michael Donovan from Germany. Luis Simoes from Portugal. And Mario Dada from Italy. So as you can see, we've only got 7 racers in this one rather than 10. So this is the lowest qualifying heat. And hopefully all these guys are able to finish as well. So after this one, we're going to have the fastest Formula One racers, including our resident top qualifier, who's probably going to take the top qualifier overall. I'm not sure who's sitting in second, actually, in that class. Where's my sheet? Carol Carlos Fabregas at the moment. See if anyone can beat his time. So hopefully later in the day we'll have a couple of the top racers if they've got some free time, because they're not running for the rest of the day, because they're going to be, they did their last qualifier earlier. It was the very first thing on the stream. If you missed that, feel free to scroll back in the video, and probably easiest on one of the YouTube channels, whether it's EFRA, RC Racing TV, or Red RC. So the temperature has gone up very slightly to 39 degrees. Still about 20-21% humidity. Time has started for these guys, and I believe we're going to be on the car 1, or is that the car 2 pulling over already, letting car 5 and 7 past. Oh, just waiting. He's just making some space wisely. That's Jethro, one of our Finnish pair that's in this race. So let's hear it from the Finns who are watching. Tara, and I think it's Julian? I can't remember. Juko. I was half right. Sorry, Juko. So this is Jethro from Finland. I'm sure we followed on screen while I was babbling on, but there was a racer in the last race who has an Air Jordan logo on the top of his car. So got to be a big Jordan fan to put his logo on the top of your race car. Pretty keen. So Michael Donovan, as we've seen in the past racing, so where he's sat overall actually at the moment after 3 rounds, because he is consistently won by quite a margin in this heat, because for qualifying all the drivers stay with the same racers. Michael Donovan, where is he at? He's not in the top 25. Have I gone blind? Because I don't see him on the top. I don't see him in the middle. I don't see him at the end. So where is he? Yeah, 39 degrees. Wow. That is the word. For sure. Michael Donovan, yeah. So 31. 31 out of 67. And for whatever reason, he's in this bottom heat. So he had basically terrible controlled practice runs, because in controlled practice it was the fastest 3 consecutive laps. So 3 laps all in a row, and that seeded you for qualifying. And whatever reason, he wasn't able to get 3 good laps in a row. And so he has been running with basically the slowest guys. And luckily, you know, with Javier on the stand acting as referee and calling blue flags for him, he's able to get 31 laps. 10:07 is his fastest time. So he might be able to move up. I mean, for example, we followed Nuno Pinto and Stefano Bianchi, Matis Domig earlier. Those guys are only just ahead of him. So that tells you how well Michael has been doing in his qualifying heat. The other racer who's also been doing good is Mario Dada. So where he's at 42nd out of 67. Well, 66 really, because Luis Samoes, I've been saying, well, he's not started. He hasn't started at all. So he's another one who's registered but not appeared at all. Just not racing this weekend, basically. So, yeah, so Michael Donovan and Mario Dada definitely out of position here. Jethro Letovarti, where's he qualified so far? The Lebescons, who we watched earlier in the last run, they're in 52nd, 53rd positions. Titus just ahead of Jethro, 60 and 61st out of 66 racers. So they're roughly in their same position. No, actually, they're doing a lot better. So Paul Hards and Dario Lovrencevic are the ones in this heat who are sort of in position, in the same relative position, so to speak. So what I'm saying is basically Michael and Mario in this heat are doing way better than the other drivers in this heat. And then the Eletrovardis are doing slightly better than the other drivers in this heat. If that makes any sense. There's a question in the comments. Can you tell me which place Feldman is listed right now? Feldman is in second, so he's qualified directly into the final. He'll have, the next time we'll see him on track is during the free practice for top qualifiers, which is at 1:15 tomorrow afternoon. And then he'll be in the final, guaranteed, at 3 o'clock tomorrow for the final for 30 minutes. And that's it. That's the next time he's on track. So hopefully we can talk to him live in the control tower here. So once this heat is over, we will have the overall finals list, and we'll see where everyone falls, because so we've got Hetland and Feldman directly into the final. That's it. There's no question about that. And then it's the next fastest 14 racers are split 7 and 7. Half of them have qualified directly into the semifinal, A and B. Or, well, half are in each semifinal. So there's 2 semifinals. And from the quarterfinals come the fastest 3 racers from the quarterfinal into the semi, so that's 10 racers. The fastest 4 racers from each semifinal go into the final. So we'll have Hetland and Feldman, that's 2, and then 8 racers, 4 each from the semifinal A and semifinal B, and that makes up the 10 that make up our final. So we won't know who's actually in the final until 12:50 tomorrow afternoon. And these times are all Central European time, GMT +2, roughly, I think it's 6 hours ahead of the West Coast, US, and 10 hours ahead of West Coast, US. Did I say East? 5 hours ahead of East Coast, 10 hours ahead of West Coast. So for you guys in the States. And Brazil. I'm not sure what time zone. Brazil's also a large country, so I don't know which time zone our Brazilian viewers are watching from. But there you go. So hopefully that all makes sense. I think we might have a feature on how the Christmas tree timing works. Hopefully we will. And see if we can. So we're following Michael Donovan, who is doing quite well in this one. Let's find car. Did we follow car 2? I think we did. Of Jethro. It's either Jethro or Titus that we haven't followed, and I'm not sure which one, because car 3 has just gone past. Car 2 is about to come past. So we're on car. I've already missed it. It's gone past me. We're on car 5, I think, still. Car 1, thanks. Of Paul Hards from the UK. Currently in 3rd position. And presently qualified just ahead of Matt Buxton, also from the UK. So Team UK not doing so hot in this one. Well, I mean, they are hot because the temperature is hot. But I mean, performance-wise, they're not doing very well. Hopefully they can move up, or we'll see racers. We'll follow the racers as they bump up in the finals. It's always exciting to follow that. So here we are. This is Mario Data. I was kind of searching for him as Jude's already found him. So this is Mario Data. We were talking about him earlier. He's basically racing better than most of the rest of this group, other than Michael. At the moment, he's only third. But ooh, that's an unfortunate place to crash for his mechanic. You see how far he's got to go. Luckily, there's some grass to run along. Wait for a clear space. There's not many racers running still, so he doesn't have to wait at all for someone to for a clear bit of track. Mario, is the car still running? It is, and he's off. Clear off the grass and dirt that's collected, and you can see his mechanic coming across. Oh, no, you're not finished. The time hasn't stopped. You're going to lose a lap if you don't. Oh, Mario. That's not going to help. Well, that wasn't going to be a good run anyway with the crash, so that's why he's pulled in. You may as well. Right. So that is. We've got 2 races to finish. Mario's already, well, he's not finished in the timing, so he's showing us just a slow lap, but I'm sure Ernesto, our timing official, is going to just end the race at any moment and declare it finished. And that is it. So he's officially finished. And we'll give it a minute or so for the computer to do its thinking in the magical black box of wonder. And we will see, we will find out very quickly what the finals are going to look like. So, once again, if you go to the EFRA Facebook page, and this is where we start getting slightly excited to see what everything looks like. Go to the EFRA Facebook page. I'm trying not to babble, but and you will find, I believe it was yesterday's. There was a post yesterday that has the link for the live results, and you will see it's a link that starts with Padlet.com, and you will find a link there. If you click that link, if you're on mobile, you might be out of luck because it's not a very mobile-friendly site. But if you're on a computer, click that link, and there's a scroll bar at the bottom. Scroll all the way to the right, and you'll see the live results. So the qualifying results have just loaded up for that final race, and now the computer's doing further thinking to spit out the finals composition information for us. And that is what we are going to be interested in quite a lot for the next few minutes. However, we do have the fastest F1 drivers out on track. And if anyone was looking at the photos earlier on the EFRA Facebook page, go back there and refresh it. And there's some additional photos that have been uploaded. So, ranking after quali is now live. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ernesto. And so, ranking after quali is Hetland and Feldman. Again, they're still at the top. Andrea Catalani didn't improve his time. Neither did Emmanuel D'Amico. Rapetti has jumped up ahead with a better result in that 4th qualifier. So he is now just a bit better. 1 position ahead of Arnaldi. Vaselli has jumped up into the 7th spot. So he is in the semis. Before qualifying, he was not in the semis. He was in the quarterfinals. So Dario has done quite well. Marone has been shuffled down a spot or 2. Prevost has moved up a couple of spots. For Brugge, moved down a few. Undheim has moved down a couple. Martelli moved down a couple. Huck, same position, lucky number 13. Roskam. Ooh, he's up in the final now. And Vendor and Grigic. Vendor was already in there. Grigic was not. So, the losers on that one. Mazzeo moved up, but he's just out of the semifinals, so he's going to be in the quarters. Stefan Strasser, he moved up as well. Klug is one of the losers in the fourth qualifying heat. Vanderboel is another one who lost out. He's no longer in the semis. Issei's roughly in the same position, just out of the semis. So, Dario is the big winner there. And Dario is the big winner there. So, not all change, but some change, a notable amount of change. So there we are. Right, so back to the racing. All right, just making notes. Okay, so we've got Ernst Utz, Saverio Rosignoli, Sebastian Marino, who is our overnight TQ, Andy Bloom, who I think was in second position, Carol Carlos Fabregas, no, he was in second, Andy Bloom I think third or fourth, Nathan Breno, Sebastian Marino not bumping up into the top positions. So he might get pipped here. Might get pipped. So we're following Sebastian now. So this is we're going to follow these guys closer than the last couple of touring car qualifiers because this may be substantial. It could mean a move in position of the guys who are directly into the final. So we're going to follow Sebastian as he's passing the car 5 of Claudio Alberti, sorry. He's coming around the Omega and across the kink. So he's in second. There's a few cars that have passed, so he's still in second. So it looks like he's down to third again. So he's coming across. Marino. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not even following Marino. We're following car 7. I thought we were following Marino. I got the Alpine cars mixed up. My apologies. We've got the BWT, the 2022 livery of Marino of Alpine. We'll follow Marino in a little bit as he's as things improve, but we were following Nathan Breno in the 2022 Alpine colors. Now we're with the classic red with black wings Ferrari liveried car of Saverio Rosignoli, which is very appropriate because we are racing in Fiorano, right next to Modena, which is the home of Ferrari. We're about a mile or so from the Fiorano test circuit. Chassis brands in the F1 class are, I believe, Genius and RS5. I don't think MCD do one for Formula One. And I don't think Mechatech do a chassis. Mechatech, I think, just concentrate. I think both of those brands concentrate just on the touring car side of things. The Formula One class, being more, replica shape, is a bit more casual. There's less serious guys in this one. And that's not to say that these guys don't take it seriously. They certainly do, as you can tell from the body schemes. But there's the pro racers are in touring car. So we're still with Saverio Rosignoli. As he's coming around the Hut corner. You can see the Hut just off the side of the screen there. And the Omega. Down into first hairpin. Into the second hairpin. Around commentator's corner and across the line. Taking the top spot. So, Fabregas has stopped somewhere along the way. He's only done 4 laps. 5 laps. So he has stopped, but he's still running. So he's not going to figure in the results for this one. Sorry, that's Carol Joan Fabregas. We got Carol Carlos Fabregas still running. But not troubling the top times. Sebastian Marino still popping into third, so he's not going to trouble the top times either, it seems. Oh, now he is. Now he's a second ahead of Rosignoli. So I think now is a good time to follow the other Alpine car who's coming into the first hairpin now. The number 3 car of Marino is about to cross the start-finish line. And we've got him into the first corner. This is Sebastian Marino from France running, of course, the Alpine car. And we'll see another identically liveried car in the next race. So I imagine they're either club mates, friends, racing mates, but running the 2021 livery Alpine. I don't know who claims who is Alonso and who is Ocon, but we'll leave that to them to decide. Let's see where Marino pops up, back in the top. So yeah, this is because there's just fewer racers in this race, in this class, in the Formula 1 class. So it takes a little more time for things to work out because the skill spread or talent spread is quite a lot larger in one heat than in touring car. In touring car, they're bunched up a lot more. So Marino is taking a little time to pop into that top 1 or 2 spots as the race goes on. And he's still bumped down to third. Let's see. Yep, he's jumped into the top position. But even on time with Rosignoli in that red and black car that we were following earlier. So we'll stick with Marino for a bit as he's working his way past the car 5 again and the car 8 of Ernst Utz. That was such a short name, I shouldn't have any trouble with it, but I just do. Ernst has the fastest lap of 19.2 in this run. And Marino, obviously, his last lap, that was a 20.0 because he was passing a couple cars. But let's see what he can do on a clear track. As he comes around the Omega just now, across the kink, he is coming up on that number 8 of Utz. Did he have a mistake? Because I thought he'd already passed Utz. No, maybe not. So it's 19.6 in that one on that lap. His best lap is 19.3. Saverio crosses the line and takes the top spot away. Andy Bloom might come across at any moment. And which car is he? Number 1. As Marino crosses. So he's past the car. So now he has a bunch of clear track ahead of him. He has a lot of clear track. So let's see what he does on a clear track with no passing needing to be done. He's not going to be lapping anybody this lap. So basically a clear lap. Comes around the second hairpin, around commentator's corner. And wow, okay. He didn't go into the top spot. Saverio has retained that spot, and he's just crossed the lap again, 19.6, but Marino did 19.3. So maybe he just needs to settle down a bit. Let's see what he does. He's just crossed again in second, so 19.5. We'll follow him for one more lap. We've got about a minute left in this one, and then we'll find where Fabregas is moving up. We'll go back to Andy Bloom has stopped. Not sure why. Where did Marino go? He's just crossing now. Let's see where he's... Nope, into second. So, So Marino may be in danger here of losing his TQ spot. Which is 31 laps in 10:11. Rosignoli's just crossed for his 30th lap. Still on the top spot. Marino in second. There's not a lot of danger. Marino in the top spot now. Literally neck and neck for these guys. Rosignoli is finished with the 10:08, 31:10:08, which is faster than Marino's time. So he may take the top spot here. That's Rosignoli on screen. Marino actually takes it, wow, with the 10:08.055. So Marino at the very end retakes the top spot. We'll get a printout in a moment, but so basically Rosignoli has jumped from fourth in the overall standings into second, taking the second spot in the final, directly in the final, bumping out Fabregas, and Bloom didn't finish. Look how close that is. 0.6 of a second over 10 minutes of racing. That is close. That's close racing there. Woo! So yeah, it literally all came down to the last just few laps for Marino. But straight into the final for himself and Rosignoli. And the next 14 racers are going to have to battle it out in the semis. So, back to the chat. How much would a chassis cost to build up, ready to run? Well, it depends what you want to do. If you want to race at the top level, you're going to need to sell your car. If you want to play around just for fun, about £1,000, euros, dollars. I mean, there's in the cafe, there's actually a car that's a few years old. I think it's brand new, but just unrun. But it's as new, and that's 800 euros. So call it about 700 pounds, $800-ish. But then you'll need tires every now and then. You'll need fuel is not even a cost, really, because it's just pump petrol. You siphon it from your fuel tank if you really want, or just, you know, it's not all that much. But bodies are about 100 euros, pounds, dollars. But the main cost is, as with anything performance car related, is going to be your tires, apart from the actual cost of getting the vehicle. So if you want to see the overall, well, we don't have overall results yet for F1, but we will in about 25 minutes. You can go to the EFRA Facebook page, and there is a link there, handily put there by myself yesterday, which gives you all of the times for everybody. Everybody that has completed. So that sorry, I was navigating to the Facebook page to let you know. But there's a link there for the live results, not the live timing, but the live results. Unfortunately, there's no live timing here. Not our fault. It's just the system that we're working with. We do have someone from Australia watching. How are you, Stephen? commenting on the EFRA Facebook page. You can also find us on the Red RC Facebook page, as well as always, we're on the RC Racing TV Facebook page. Now, the place that we're looking at the comments the most is the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. We're also on EFRA YouTube and Red RC YouTube. So hello and welcome to everybody who is watching us from there. So we'd love to tell you about our sponsors who are bringing you this coverage live, no charge, for free, all week long, including tomorrow for our live studio show. That is RC Fox and RC Models, that's with a Z.co.uk. And I'm only saying Z because, you know, for our British listeners, but for American English listeners, it's a Z. But I have to say Z. Just so I don't offend or confuse anyone. You know, it's English, the most confusing language in the world. So I think, yes, we have started. This is the very last qualifying race that we'll say. This is Heat 2. Sorry, yes, Heat 2. No, Heat 9. It's very confusing. All the race categories race within themselves, sort of, so to speak. And then they're shuffled around, so they race at different sequences during the 4 qualifying rounds. So in this one, whoa, what happened there? The car looked like went a bit wide and smashed into, yeah, that front body post is gone. Is his wing dragging? Yeah, just eek. He's going to have to pull in. That's a black flag. Unfortunate for that number 3 car of Mirko Tinti. See what his mechanic can do. Just get a big zip tie and just wrap it around. We've got another car pulled off. I think that's the 7, was it? Of Hernandez. Yeah, he's on a slow lap. Marone and Laville didn't start this one. We have an entire heat that didn't start yesterday. And so technically the race will run for them. Just because of rules. So effectively we are finished after this race is complete. So in about 8 minutes we're done for qualifying. But we won't see the final results of qualifying for these guys until the race after the time expires for them. So at the moment, we've got 2 racers that didn't start, 8 cars that were supposed to be on the track, 2 didn't start, so we're down to 6. 2 have pulled off, 3 have actually pulled off, so we're down to 3 cars. Maurizio Borsoni, Tony Gilmarti, and Tony Seiler. So we've got 2 Tonys and a Maurizio. Only one of them is Spanish. Sorry, only one is Italian. So 3 cars out there. So these guys are gonna have plenty of track time, and we are on the number 1 car of Maurizio Borsoni from Italy. He's just completed his 10th lap. All the running cars have just completed their 10th lap. Gilmarti. Just very, very close behind Borsoni. So we've got the 2, no, it's the 1 and 2. Well, basically, they are all swapping positions. They're all swapping the top position. So it's pointless to say at the moment who is going to be, who's well in the lead. Yeah, so Kevin in the RC Racing TV YouTube channel chat that's quite a mouthful to say, is saying, yes, these are, is asking about the engines. These are two-stroke engines. So basically what you'd find on a most, small garden or lawn mowers. Now we're down to 2 cars. There's a high attrition race. They are tuned Strimmer engines, Strimmer or Weed Whacker if you're listening in the States. That's a brand name, but yeah, it's actually had a gas Weed Whacker Strimmer Weed Whacker when I was growing up. Never really was happy with how it ran, but yeah, they are basically. I believe they're even the cheap ones are just cast aluminum and then machine bored out and fitted with chrome-plated brass sleeves with aluminum pistons and aluminum conrods and tuned to the max. We were talking with Laszlo from Samba and Mocha Racing yesterday about how he got into the exhaust tuning business, or the tuned exhaust business. And there is a huge black art in these, because back from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, all the way up to, I think, almost the 2000s, racing two-stroke motorcycles was a massive deal. And there was a proper black art in how to tune these the engines to the nth degree. So Laszlo was explaining to us that normally in a Weed Whacker or Strimmer, in a garden implement, shall we say, the engines only do just a few thousand RPM, and here they're doing 20 and more thousand RPM. So there's a lot to tune. Why not just use rotary motors, or is that too complex? Rotary, I imagine you're thinking of the rotary two-strokes that are in airplane engines. I think they're just a different type of engine entirely. We don't use airplane engines in the cars that use nitromethane. So, yeah. As Avgas Steve from Switzerland is saying, they are very complex, because you have all the rotary engines. If you suddenly start introducing 3 cylinders and 4 cylinders, 6 and 8 and all that, however many they have, that's that many more spark plugs to tune, that much more timing to tune. You've got all, here you have one spark plug, so you have I'm not sure. I don't think there's an electronics box that's involved with these. There will be an electronic kill switch probably to make sure it stops properly and safely. But it's just too much to tune, basically. Which complexity equals cost. Cost equals fewer racers. You're saying like a full-size car, like an RX-7. Well, the RX-7, that's a 4-stroke for one. So you will then have, if you have a 4-stroke, you'll need basically a computer on board or circuitry. These cars have very little circuitry except for the receiver and the servos that control the actual mechanics of the braking and the steering and the throttle. So, I mean, basically these cars have been unchanged since the early 80s. And in some cases, the 70s. So why aren't they using 4-strokes? Well, cost. So we've got less than a minute in this one. So I'm pretty sure we've been swapping cars back and forth. There's still just the two running. We're going to go into a lunch break pretty soon. And we will, it's 30 seconds. So I'm just updating the information that we're about to put on screen for the start of the finals, which will be the touring car finals, the 132nd A, a 20-minute final. It starts at 2 p.m. local time. That's Central European or GMT plus 2, so BST plus 1, WEST plus 1, EST plus 6, EST plus 6, and PST plus 10. So I think that's all of the time zones that I can think of. So thank you for everybody who has watched the qualifying. We are finished officially now with qualifying. The next racing that we're going to have on track will be the 132nd A at 2 p.m., followed 20 minutes after that at 2:40 p.m. because it's a 20-minute final. We're going to go straight into the 116th B, then the 116th A, finishing with the 18th A final starting at 4:40 p.m., finishing at 5. And then we are finished for today. But tomorrow we've got a huge, exciting main event, live studio-based show coming at you starting from just before 9 a.m. Central European time, once again. We're going to have Nick in the studio. We're going to have James. We're going to have Paul on board doing all the technical whizzy bits. And we will be here in Fiorano bringing you the finals as they start and finish. And then in between, we're going to have really cool and fun and exciting guests and video clips and video interviews and all sorts of great stuff. So make sure that if you're ending your observation with us today, please come back for 9 a.m. tomorrow. And it will be a great and wonderful day tomorrow. However, we still have some great and wonderful racing to come starting at 2 once again. So just before we go, just want to say thank you to RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. We will be back after our lunch break at 2 p.m.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag Hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
1, 2.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag Hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
Okay, here we are. We are back and ready for the finals. We've got a 20-minute final for touring car just about to come up. So, top 3 drivers from this race. This is a heads-up race, starting on the grid. And they're just about to, well, they pulled them into the pits, as you can see. So they've done their warm-up. So the engine guys and mechanics down there will have done all the tuning that they can do. Let's read through the drivers in this one. The 132 Finals A. I'll explain that in a moment after I talk about the drivers. So we've got Angelo Vicini from Italy, Ian Southey from the UK, Perez G. Chavez from Germany, Titus Leto-Jarvi from Finland, Magnar Kavernland teammate from Norway, Paul Hards from the UK, Dario Lovrencevic from Croatia, and Matt Buxton from the UK. So, looks like they're doing a formation lap. And are they stopping on grid markings? Okay, yes. They're stopping on grid markings, not assisted by mechanics or officials. So we're going to concentrate on the top 3 if we can, because it is 3 drivers from here that bump up into the 1/16th A final. And they're off, with Angelo Vicini leading them off, followed by Ian Southey. Quite spread out at the moment, but it's, ooh, we got a little track cut there. I don't know if that's, looks like he didn't gain any advantage from that, that's for sure. He's dropped back a bit. There we are, sorry. And Vicini still in the lead, followed by Southey. Now, we followed Southey before, and he's had a little bit of trouble. So we'll see if he can maintain any sort of pressure on Vicini from that second spot. Third is Chavez. Paul Hards moved up from 6th into the 4th, and Dario Lovincevic from the 7th into the 5th. Looks like the big losers so far are Titus and Magnar, who dropped down to the back of the field. So we're following these top 3 drivers. Ooh, a little bit wide there. What's happened there with Southey? Oh, did he get passed by Chavez? Yes, so Chavez on the charge. So he's rapidly catching up to Vicini. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Vicini who's fallen back, and Southey is now in the lead. So that's Southey we're following. The cars were swapped around a little bit. So Southey got a good lead, half the straightaway. I really need to be watching this on the track itself. So the 5 car about to get lapped by Southey. Okay, let's drop back to the 3 cars behind Southey now. We've got a challenge for 3rd place. We've got a challenge for 3rd place. Drop back to the, there we go. That's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. It's the top 3 cars that are challenging. So this white and green car being challenged by the white, the orange, white, and green. It's Paul Hards coming up on Vicini pretty fast. So something has gone wrong with Vicini's car, or Paul has just got a really good. So Paul hit the back of Vicini there, and you can see him wait because he's been called by the referees. Paul running a short wheelbase body. Pretty sure the Alpha's a long or normal wheelbase. So got a little extra turning maybe. And Ian Southey just trying to keep it on the black stuff. Followed by Chavez, Vicini, and Hards. Buxton trying to get back up. Well, he started 8th. He's in 5th at the moment. Lovincevic in 6th place. Titus in 7th. And Magnar in 8th place. But Paul Hards giving Vicini a pretty hard time. Oh, and there goes the pass. Nope, he hit him, so he's laying back. This is the battle for the final bump-up position, so we're going to stick with this one. I'll keep you informed of if I see something happen to Ian Southey. We'll keep you updated, but this is a battle for bump-up, so this is the most important battle on the track. So Vicini trying to get up to Chavez now. If you're able to put a car between yourself and the fast guy coming up, then that's very helpful for sure. So coming around the infield, Vicini a lot closer now to Chavez. Is he going to be able to put a pass on? Ooh, Chavez gets loose and flips. And there we go. That's a pass. Now Chavez is in a tough spot now because he's battling 2 other cars. And really unfortunate there for the number 6 of Paul. He was moving up, and now he's got a lot of space to catch up. But we are sticking with Chavez and Buxton now. So Buxton now in the attacking position from 8th to 4th, and he might be able to get 3rd. Car 7 is being pulled off. That's Lovincevic. Awful luck for him. But we're sticking with the 3 and the 8 cars as they're coming around. There's the pass. That's the pass for 3rd place. So Chavez losing out. Now he has got to try and immediately pass as quickly as possible. Of course, what that does is it slows both of them down just a bit to allow Paul to catch up just a little. Vicini seems to have gotten back on pace, but now he's losing time. Oh, Chavez hits. Yeah, that's a stop and go now. So I think I think that's one of... there he goes. Oh, no, he's dead. Dead car for Matt. Is it still going? What's happening there? Ian Southey has gone past him now. Oh, he's lost his wheel. He's lost his wheel, so the rear wheel came loose. And there we go. Because it's got a rear diff, that's it. So, let's see where this shakes up now. Let's find our leader going into... okay, so this is car 3. Okay, so we're still with the... No, this is Chavez, I think. Let's see. Southey's just crossing the line now. Vicini seems to have some body damage to car 1, second place. Paul Hards has now moved up. So off camera, we've lost car number 3 of Chavez. He must have made a big mistake. I was checking the timing. So we've got Southey, Vicini, and Hards. That's your top 3 that currently going to bump up. But Chavez in that car 3. Yeah, so this is the battle for second. Paul Hards has just moved up into second. So no real... Oh, Paul Hards. No, Vicini's stopped now. What's happened there? Vicini is also stopped. That's not stop and go. That's a dead car. Teodoro from Amsky out on the track now to pick him up. Where's his mechanic? Was he not paying attention there? So we'll follow this and then we'll do a bit of a reset and see where things are sorting out. So we've lost Buxton temporarily. We've lost Vicini. I think Buxton is back out on track with getting a new wheel nut put on the back end of that car. Yeah, yes, he is back out on track, just across the finish line in front of us. Vicini is still getting repaired, or they're not bothering, it looks like. I don't see any frantic motions. So we're following the car 2 and 5. Car 2 of Ian Southey is that yellow and green machine in the lead. And Matt Buxton is 2 cars behind him, but a couple laps back, or a few laps back actually, 3 laps. Ian Southey, something is turned on with his car and his driving, and he's just laid down the best lap of 20.2. He's got the cars behind him are not challenging him. That's the car 5 of Magnar and the car 8 of Matt Buxton. And they themselves are 2 laps apart. So no one here is battling each other. Ian has lapped all of these, both of them, behind him. So all he has to do is just keep it on the black stuff, like I said, and he'll take the win, which is nice to have, but the more important thing is that he bumps up into the 1/16th A finals. Behind him, we've got Paul Hards in the 6, who's just going into the infield now. And he's being chased by Chavez, who's a couple of corners behind him. And as long as they keep it on the black stuff, they will also bump up. So at the moment, absolutely no threat to the top 3. There's only 2 other cars on track. Well, now there's 3. Who's come back out? It's the car 7 who's been off and on the track. That's car 7 of Dario. So he was getting fixed in the pits, and now he's back out. And then he was on the grass, and he went back to the pits. So it's been a bit of a yo-yo affair for Dario, unfortunately. It looks like Vicini's about to come out. He's just coming out of the pits now. He shouldn't trouble anybody. The referees are on the case with that. So that is the yellow number 3 car of Chavez. Vicini going... no, sorry, that's Titus there. Oh, and he's dead car. We've got a dead car at the hairpin. Okay, safe, but Dario's coming around. Okay, so close call there. Unfortunate for Titus. So we're back with the car number 6 of Paul Hards. Let's follow him for a little bit. He's not under any threat by Chavez in the yellow car behind him. You can see maybe just little flashes. But if something does happen to him, remember it's very hot. At the moment, it's 39 degrees outside. I mean, this is the hottest part of the weekend that these guys are going to see. It will cool down very, very slightly tomorrow. But these guys are running very hot. The engines are incredibly hard to tune. They're highly tuned engines and very fiddly, especially when you're running at these temperatures for 20 minutes. So there's another 9 minutes to go, roughly. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. You can see the timer at the top right of the screen. We're still on Paul Hards. So we'll see. Now, every driver has the options of 3 different tire compounds to use. And some will use softer tires to get away from the racers behind. Some will use harder tires to have more traction at the end of the race. So we don't know what they're using. Dario has got another dead car again. The mechanic's been busy sprinting across the track. So not great for Dario, but it's your final. It's his final. So he wants to get as much racing in as he can, I suppose, but it's just not going to plan. So we're following Matt Buxton in that half red, half white car. So it changes color as it goes across the screen. He's followed by Ian Southey, fellow Brit. Oh, there goes Matt. Oh, into the grass. He's able to get it out. Yes. His mechanic breathes a sigh of relief because he would have had to run all the way across the track to go rescue him. So Matt was off the track for a bit. Dario's still off the track at the moment. Titus also, I think, Titus is back out there, but he still hasn't passed Dario for laps. At the moment, we've got Ian Southey, Paul Hards, both from the UK, and Chavez from Germany, followed by Magnar and Matt Buxton. Vicini, who is looking really strong at the beginning. Well, not immediately, but he was looking pretty strong a few laps in. Something happened to his car, and he's dropped down to 6th, that number 1 car. So Ian Southey, at the moment, running away with it. And he's got, I think he's got Vicini behind him, followed by Matt Buxton. Not being challenged at all. He's about to come up. And we're on the number 1 car of Vicini at the moment. So 6.5 minutes left in this one. And let's find the car number 3, the yellow car. He's going into the first turn now. Because the reason why is because the car 5, where's he on track? He must be not far behind. He's about a half a lap. Magnar's about a half a lap behind. So let's stick with the yellow car coming into the Omega now. Because the reason is because he's in 3rd place. If he crashes or wheel comes off or runs out of fuel or something like that, they really shouldn't run out of fuel. They have 700 cc's. They have enough fuel for 30 minutes of racing. So they shouldn't run out of fuel because this is just a 20-minute race. So they can basically just run full punch the entire time. But if Chavez has a problem, the car 3 cars behind, we're sticking with the yellow, the car 3 cars behind could pass him for 3rd place, and that's Paul Hards. Oh, sorry. Chavez has just moved into 2nd as I'm explaining all that. Paul Hards has dropped down. So, but still, Magnar is in 4th. So, yeah, on track, there was an on-track pass there. Because they're on the same lap, they really shouldn't be bothering each other. So, it's the car 6 that's just behind. Right, so Paul Hards is a lap. Oh, he's about to put a lap on Chavez. Or Chavez has lapped Paul Hards. Excuse me. So, ooh, Chavez has a mistake. So is this going to be a? This could be a. No, he's taking it easy. Let's stick with these two because it's that orange, white, and green car that is actually in third place now. And if he has a problem, the car that is just a few seconds behind, you can just see him, the white shape behind, is the fourth place car of Magnar Kvernet Time. So if there's a problem for either of these two cars, let's follow the orange and white car, There we go. So if that car is just behind there, you can see it on screen. If there's a problem for Paul, he's going to lose the bump up position. So there's going to be a bit of pressure coming on because we're only 3.5 minutes down, and it looks like Magnar's car is coming to him now. Even though he's got some obvious body damage on the front, something must have happened during the race that we've missed, or I've missed. Dario is parked in the grass again, but never mind that. We're watching Paul Hards, because this is going to be a battle for third place. Let's try and keep, if we can, in the corners. Let's keep both of these cars in shot because Magnar's he's let him by. Was he aware that that's a battle for position? He just let him by. As they come around first hairpin, let's see what the timing screen says because they're on the same lap. He just let him by for position. For bump up position. Yeah, so you can see the top right of your screen. Let's follow the white car, move up one. There we go, that's Magnar, the unexpected car number 5. Maybe Paul just wasn't aware, or I don't know, I can't explain that one. Did he know that was a battle for position? Because this could have been a fantastic battle for third and the final bump-up spot. So now, if Magnar crashes or something happens to him, we've got 2 minutes left. Yeah, well, that's a slightly bizarre one. I'm not sure what happened there. And meanwhile, Ian Southey's a couple of cars from catching Paul to put another lap on him, or put a lap on him. Ian's on his 51st lap. Paul's just crossed for his 51st. And we're following Magnar Kvernet Time from Norway. He's in the third and final bump-up position. Ahead of him, we've got Ian Southey. He's looks like he's safe to take the win. And Chavez from Germany. Will they maintain this position for the next minute and a quarter? We shall see. 1 minute left now. And we're following Magnar as he's going to do the last few laps. Roughly 20-second laps, just over. So about 3 laps left to go, 2.5. So if we go back to the yellow car, who's about to start going into the first corner now. This is second place of Chavez. You can see the distance. He's just maintaining the distance. Either that or Magnar is holding on as Buxton spins out. A couple of corners ahead of these guys. Tires getting hot. And of course, we've been told by some of the pro racers that are here that that right rear corner, because you're going into some of these corners at such high speed, especially the first corner and the last corner, we're going to see a lot of spinning out of some of these cars as they're coming around this corner right here. And the first corner, which is another hard left at full speed. So that is it. I meant to switch over to Ian Southey, but just to follow him home. But there we go. Ian, Chavez, and Magnar. They've all bumped up into the 1/16. So they're going to go into the 1/16th A, and I'll make sure and write their names in. So we've got Southey, Chavez, and Magnar. Right, so now we've got about 20 minutes before the 1/16th B final comes out on track. We've got a couple of cars that are going to be needing to serve as stop and go as soon as the race starts. So it's a bit like in MotoGP when there's a penalty to be applied during the race. Racers are they're told ahead of time that they have a penalty to serve. And we've got a little while to go.
Do you know?
So in the 1/16th B final, we're going to have Pascal Hervé, Davide De Feo, Andre Resende, Ewan Marriott, Neo Lebescon, John Preach, and Arnaud Brassart. And that is going to come up at 2:40 p.m. Okay, and so we're just going to sign off for a little bit and come back just before the 1/16th B final. No, we're not. All right, sorry about that. We've got special guest, Hessel Roskam.
Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you? Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't hear you. Okay.
You can't hear me.
Yes.
Can you hear me? You
Yes.
can hear me now. Okay, good.
So, nice cool here.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's only 38, 40 now outside.
Yeah.
Got a little temperature station out there.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Anyway.
basically.
It's crazy.
So how's the week been going for you?
Would
you say?
Up and down. Up
Yeah.
and down.
Well, you're in the semis now.
Yes.
You really jumped up in the last run.
Yeah, I was in the quarterfinals because I had some mishaps. Forgot the fuel in the first run. Second run, it was quite okay, but not perfect. Third run, the car was just sliding, and the fourth run we changed a lot of things in the car, and then I would manage to do a P14.
Yeah.
So I improved by 4 seconds, I think.
Yeah. There's a few drivers that really jumped up in the last qualifier. What has been the biggest? I mean, I suppose heat is going to be the obvious answer, but has that been the biggest challenge for you here this week?
Yeah, because of the heat, for me, I can't speak for other drivers, but for me, the left rear tire is the main issue here on this track. Yeah,
I just mentioned it in that last final because I did notice there were a couple of cars that were just starting to spin out. Obviously, these guys only ran 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But you told us earlier, obviously off the stream, that after about 20 minutes, you're going to see, or we'll see, a lot of cars start to spin out.
Yeah, especially the right-hand corners. And that's because there's a lot of big acceleration corners, left-handers. So then the inner tire warms up, and the car really pushes on the left rear tire, especially the third corner after the straight.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest issue, actually. And to try to manage that with the settings, with toe-in and rear shocks.
Wow, so even the I was thinking that you would probably play around with diff settings, stuff like that. But what just you mentioned toe-in. So what sort of setting would you change on the toe-in, for example?
Personally, I prefer to drive as less toe-in as possible.
And normally, on an electric touring car, you'd have maybe 2 or 3 degrees of toe in.
Yeah, we have 3.
3. Okay.
Normally, when the weather conditions are like normal April, May, we have 3. When the grip comes up, you want to go, at least I want to go to 2.5 or 2 as quick as possible, because it gives less friction to the tires, gives more steering. It gives a little bit less acceleration, so then you can put the diff setting, 1 ramp or 2 ramps more aggressive.
Right.
So you can change that, but I always prefer as less because then the rolling speed, cornering speed of the car is always much higher.
And do you ever do anything with, say, the anti-squat? Changing is that even possible on these cars where you change the height of the pivot blocks?
Not on the Make Attack car.
No.
The Make Attack car has it fixed. The MCD car, they can change, they can go to 0 in 2 degrees, I think. But they can also do in the front anti-dive, dive.
Right. Yeah.
So they can change anything they want.
Okay. So is that something that particular car has maybe introduced to the class that the other chassis manufacturers are going to maybe pick up on?
Well, actually, the Make Attack car has, I have to say it correctly, it has dive. So when you compress it in the front, you get less caster. So then you have dive.
Okay. That part, because that was more of a 12 scale thing, I never picked up on that. I've never run 12 scale. But yeah, the caster and the changes in the caster, which is all the dive and anti-dive, it's like a black art to me.
Yeah, well, for me also.
Me
also. But on a Make Attack car, that's fixed, and they have it since a long time already.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of baked into what everybody is used to with the Make Attack car. Yeah.
But normally with FG, I always ran, I think, 2 or 3 millimeter anti-squat in the rear for absorbing the curbs and to give more acceleration, more what's the word? Corner exit.
Okay. Yeah.
I forgot the word. Traction. Sorry, traction.
Traction.
Yeah. My head is also 40 degrees now. So.
Well, hopefully it's just very slightly cooler in here for you.
Oh yeah, this is really nice to be here.
That's how we're getting the drivers to come in.
Yeah. No, it's really good.
Okay, so the heat, and now that's talking about the suspension changes and challenges, and also the tires. What about with the engine? I know that obviously the guys of your caliber are running quite expensive engines. I think it was Alessio who told me he's blown up 2 engines during this week. And surprise face.
Yeah.
And so what sort of challenges have you seen with that? Are you tuning your own engine, or do you have an engine guy?
Yeah, we have, can I mention?
I suppose.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I can mention. I run a Bata engines.
Okay, yeah.
And the engine I run now, I already ran last year, also in high temperatures.
Right,
so I knew this engine also on this track, so I knew that engine was good. So I kept it, so I practiced with another engine, and then on Wednesday I changed to this engine.
Right.
And yeah, it's actually, I have to knock on wood, but it's actually good until now. No temperature problems, no issues at all.
So
to be honest,
pretty much a known quantity for you.
Yeah,
you know what to expect from that engine. I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. So now it's interesting you say you're running essentially a year-old engine, but. Do these now? I have raced them nitro cars. Is it similar where there's a sleeve that can be replaced and the piston gets replaced, or is it all? Is it pretty much the same as a nitro? If you're lucky, much more bigger.
Yeah, if you're lucky, you can replace the piston ring and a piston if necessary, and then the cylinder. When there's no scratches, you can use the same cylinder.
Right. Okay.
But sometimes you get an engine you're lucky with.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So if you take 10 standard engines, and if you measure all the tolerances from the pistons and everything, there's a lot of variation.
Mm-hmm.
So if you get a piston and a cylinder which fits so nice together, the wear and tear is also lower. So this engine actually had done, I think now, 15-20 liters minimum. And still, the power is good, so I don't feel the need to open it up, because then if you open it up and put it together, it's always a gamble. Will it be the same again after?
Right. Yeah.
So
you're actually not even doing a full rebuild on them. You're sticking with what is already working.
Yeah, when I feel I'm missing compression and bottom power, yeah, then you need to change the piston ring and the piston. But on this engine, the compression is still very, very high. And there are no scratches on the piston, because if you have small scratches, you can see there's a little bit wear and tear on the piston.
Yeah.
And this engine is still completely new. So
Wow.
then I don't take it apart, especially when I know the fuel consumption,
Yeah.
the power, and so. But maybe this winter it will get a little TLC, but.
Wow. Okay. And so, do the carburetors change? Because I think there's, if I remember right, I only glanced at the rules. I've never actually read through them all, but there's a specified maximum diameter opening.
Yeah.
So, but I imagine that is that done with like a throttle limiter, or is that just you stick with the same carburetor? I imagine the carburetor's removable, like on a nitro engine.
Yes.
You can change it out.
Yeah, it is, and there's only some carburetors you can use from Valbro. I think Megatech, they have their own carburetor now.
Oh, okay.
Which is actually very, very good. It's one of the best at the moment. It's all CNC machined. And
like the rest of the car.
Like the rest of the car.
Yeah.
And it fits the 23 and the 26 cc
Wow,
engine.
okay.
Most of the carburetors from Valbro also do.
Okay.
But the quality tends to be less than the Megatech carburetor.
Right.
That's at this moment it's the one of the best.
Yeah. And so is that the one that you're using, or?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's just nice to set up, and the idle is very good. That's also important. So if you go off throttle, it goes to idle as quick as possible, and some of the Valbro carburetors tend to go back a little bit too slow, so the rev is a little bit too high in a slow corner, and it gives a little push.
Yeah. Okay, so that's really interesting information.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think of. I don't want to run out of questions to ask the other guys that might that we're hoping to get in. There's so many questions that we could ask you. So you must be familiar, obviously, with the Fiorano track. I mean, it's been here for 20-something years, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
So what? I mean, apart from the I was told, I think it was Laszlo who told us yesterday, that it doesn't snow here. So there's no snow, and I'm assuming it's maybe ice in the freezing, or I mean salt in the freezing, or anything like that might affect the tarmac. What makes this track special and bring up this traction that we have? I mean, we're seeing cars grip roll at the end of the straight.
Yeah. But on the European Championship, that's always the case. Even if you go to Halifax in the UK or something, you will have a grip roll after.
Just because there's so much rubber that's been laid down. Yeah.
But this track, a lot of cars drive on the track, but also nitro. That's the disadvantage for us because of the oil.
Yeah.
We could notice on Monday that the track was slippery because there was a lot of nitro races.
I think just the previous weekend or something like that.
So there was no grip at all, no traction. But normally, if large scale is driving for a day, then there's already instant high grip. Even on a 4-day event, on the second or third day, cars are flipping already.
Wow. And what do you do to combat that, if anything? Do you do? I mean, I was trying to talk it through to the listeners on the stream who might not be familiar. I mean, there are a couple of quite knowledgeable people in the chat who are explaining to other people who don't know anything about large scale or even RC. And I always thought it was kind of interesting that, I mean, even me, when in my active days when I raced, I never thought, I'll just turn the steering wheel less, or I'll turn the stick a bit less. It was always, I'm going to run firmer tires in the front, or firmer foams in the front, or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that the same thing for large scale?
Yeah, you can run. There are several options because some guys drive the ultra soft tire all around. I drive the super soft in the front, so that's already one harder.
Yeah.
The soft tire, it's impossible. There's no steering also now. It will understeer. So some guys use the ultra soft and they make the front suspension a lot of positive camber. Maximum.
I have noticed there's some weird coning that's happening on the front tires.
Yeah, we have like 2-degree positive camber in the front.
Really?
If we drive 0 or negative camber, the car will flip even quicker.
Really? Wow.
And that's because of the caster angle and I don't know what's the word on the upright. It's not completely straight on some cars.
Yeah, the caster. Yeah.
No. I mean, is it the kingpin?
Yes.
You have the bottom.
Yeah, the kingpin. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so.
They're offset, so
some have an offset on there.
Yeah, so it's a built-in caster
Yeah.
Obviously, on the and these are most of the cars are upright instead of pillow ball, or is
What's pillow ball?
Pillow ball like the pivot links. There's like little metal balls that are in the top and bottom.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I've noticed on. So I'm not sure if it's
The MCD car.
Is that it's got I think that one has metal balls basically.
Yeah, correct.
But
No, they all have a metal sort of a ball joint
yeah.
on the top and the bottom where you have to screw into the upright so it can move
Yeah.
any direction.
Okay, and so that's if yeah, I'm trying to put it in. It's I know well in 1/8 buggy racing, which I know is I mean we just came from an event from doing that last week, where there's a big discussion about the type of track suits C-hub or pillow ball suspension cars better.
Yeah.
But then that was kind of disproven by the wrong type, quote unquote, car winning last week at the Euros with the Mayako.
Yeah.
So there's always, but I think that's kind of like a racer discussion sort of thing,
Yeah.
where they think. So I don't know how close this is. I think we're coming up on. Are we coming up? Is this? This will be warm up for the 1/16th B. So you're welcome to stick around. Maybe you can talk through what you might see on the track.
Yeah, no problem.
I think it'd be great to have some actual color commentary of someone who knows what they're looking at.
I have to see if I know some guys.
Yeah, you might.
Can I sit down? Because
yeah,
then
you're welcome to sit down.
I can see it a little bit better.
Yeah, you're a little bit taller than me.
Let's have a look. Oh, there's a Dutch guy in here. He's not on the track yet.
We've got Chavez with his yellow B car. He's in the number 8.
John Price, number 6.
Now I've been saying his name Pritz, but I would just say John.
Yeah, John.
I was never sure how to say his last name.
Yeah, like Price, like Price in English.
Right. Okay, I got you.
But he's not here yet. And there's Davide Feo from Switzerland. The rest I don't know actually.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, so we've got the live timing here. And obviously the numbers are very easy to spot, luckily.
Yeah.
We've got Chavez, Hards, and Vicini, who bumped up from the 132A. I thought they'd be in the 1/16th A, but they're in this finals.
John Price is also on the track.
I'm not sure. He should be car number 6.
Yeah, he is. He just got one lap in now. So.
Okay. And apparently, John and Arnaud Brassart are going to be serving a stop-and-go penalty soon into the final. So we've got...
That's a 5-second penalty, I think.
Something happened with Ian Southey. Why is he not running? I'm not asking you. I'm just asking the universe in general, because he won the last the 1/16th. Maybe he's in the 1/16th A. Maybe they're splitting him up because there was only one side of the 132 that has run. So we do have a question for you while these guys are doing their formation lap. How long do the tires last?
They have to last for 30 minutes because the final's 30 minutes. On some tracks you can drive longer. On some tracks, like our home track in Groningen, 30 minutes and then one tire is completely gone. You're done.
Wow.
So it also depends how aggressive you're driving, how aggressive you're on throttle. If you're leaning on the tires a lot in the fast corners, it's you can take out a lot of tire wear on your driving style.
Right.
If you do 30 minutes like a qualifying, then you're bound to have problems with especially the left rear tire.
Yeah. It's the old days of F1 when they had qualifying tires or MotoGP and all that.
But also like Formula 1 now, they can go a lot faster in the race. But
okay, so we're about to start this 1/16th finals beat, and they're off. Everybody in the lead cars in number order. Very tight. Got the 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. So Ewan Moriot has fallen back one position. 1, 2, 5, and 4. So we got Hervey, DeFeo, Resende, Le Bascond has moved up. Moriot, Bressart has also moved up. Chavez looks like he's moved up position. There's the first of the stop and goes happening. So we're going to let those go through. But we're sticking with the top 3 cars. Looks like, who was that? Number 4 of Moriot spun out. So it's a stop and go on track. Let's find the top 3. It's number 1, 2, and 3. Number 1 just about to cross the start line now. And then we've got 5 and 2. So it's across the start line now. The 4th position car, the white and orange, followed by the seafoam green. Missed the number on that one. The number 3, 2 and 3 are in 3rd and 4th position. So that is the battle for bump up. And we are on them. Coming down the main straight into that first corner. So, Hessel, is it easy to, if you're following a car like these guys, is it easy to see, or is it even possible, say you're this number 3 car of Resende, is it easy to see if the car in front of you is set up for the end of the race or for acceleration and pulling away at the start of the race? Or is that even, you just want to get past them and you're not thinking about that too much?
I don't think you're thinking about that because at this stage everybody's pushing to be as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And oh, that was a near touch.
Yes, it was an actual touch, but no call for penalty or anything.
Yeah. So now you're trying to push as much as possible, like the number 1 does. Try to get a lead.
Yeah.
And then
he's got a good lead actually.
Yeah. So he can maybe start controlling this lead already now by going off throttle a little bit earlier end of the straight.
And that's what you'd want to be doing in a 30-minute race for sure, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially when you know you will run out of fuel. There are some who are already know now they cannot do 30 minutes.
Wow.
So you have, especially on the long straight, you can do a lifting coast and it's actually not that much slower.
So if you're, we've got a dead number 10 car in the, but we're focusing on the top. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, coming into the Omega, across the kink and into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin. So if you're, say, the number 1 car. In any final, would you try to set up your car for just maximum acceleration and just build a lead like Hervé has done here, and then, so you can just maintain things?
I think everybody uses the same setup as they did in qualifying for the car and for the tires.
Right. Okay.
So setup wise, it's not a lot different. Just the car responds differently with full fuel tank.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
And it's just for anyone who's not aware, it's a centralized fuel tank, so it's basically mid-mounted just in front of the engine, isn't it? So as the weight goes down, I suppose it's a center of gravity and weight thing, not really, it doesn't change the balance of the car a massive amount?
Yeah, it does a little. It gives a slight push on the front, and when the fuel tank goes, the more empty it goes, the lap times go up, you get more steering. But you can change that by, doing a little lift and coast, like I said, especially on full fuel tank, because you need to brake harder, and you can already save fuel in the beginning.
That's a good thing. Sorry, I was just noting, I think it was the number 5 and the number 6 cars. Just both had a stop and go, so they must have been bumping and barging each other. Basically being touring cars. And there's so we've still got Hervé in the lead, DeFeo in the 2 car, 3 Resende and Le Bascond, Neo Le Bascond, because there's 2 different Le Basconds. That's the 5 car in 4th, 3 car. So yes, we are this is the battle for 5th place. If they're able to catch Resende in the minty green car that's just ahead. Oh, Le Bascond has broken away now. So let's stick with this number 5. Coming into the second hairpin, it looks like we've got like an air filter cover or something.
Yes.
Stuck coming off of someone's car. Now, how critical is that to, obviously you don't want any tire dust going into the engine itself, do you?
No, and especially sand. It's killing.
Yeah.
So if somebody's driving without an air filter, I hope his engine will last. And if it does, I think he can throw it away after.
Oh, no.
I think it's an air filter, actually.
Oh, man. Like the actual foam. We see Teodoro from Ansky out there picking it up. Not out of danger that it might get sucked into an engine like an F1 car or anything like that, but I suppose so it doesn't get caught in any drivetrain.
Yes, yeah.
You wouldn't want that. These are open-geared cars with there's no actual sealed transmission as such. It's just a series of gears that go directly from the clutch to the geared rear diff. This is use air. Do they use air or foam inside the tires?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it is.
We tested with air years ago, but it was undrivable.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It was undrivable.
Yeah.
The car was all over the place. So there's actually foam like all classes have.
And they're
inside.
pre-assembled, aren't they? So they're not.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'd imagine with the stiffness of the foam and the wheels, it would be very, very hard to actually glue them by hand yourself at home or at the pits.
Well, actually, years ago you had to glue them yourself, and that was not nice to do. So and then at one point GRP and PMT started. Oh, that was push.
Yeah. They bumped a little bit. I think because they're coming up on that number 10 car being lapped. So a bit of a strenuous, typical touring car action, really. There we go. Now he's pulled over and let all the lap cars get around him. That was the car the car that's just been passed. That number 10 was in the wall for a good lap or two. So he's well down the order. So we've got Hervé in the car 1, DeFeo in 2, Lebescond in the car 5, being chased by the car 8, one of the bump-up positions. That's Chavez. So in the yellow car, so it's just going into the infield now. So he's got quite a ways behind him, Lebescond. So he's a bit safe. So his car 5 will get followed by 6 and 3. So it's kind of quite spread out because we've got the number 1 car has just lapped the number 8 in 4th. And then there's a massive lead. So we can see the gap in timing here.
Yeah.
It's got about, 6 seconds?
Yeah, he has a 6-second lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can just control the pace.
And so now a really interesting thing is that the introduction of the wireless headsets from mechanic to driver. So does the mechanic act as sort of a spotter, basically?
Yes.
To tell you, okay, you're 6 seconds ahead. Just calm down. Don't go. You went too wide. You're driving too hard. Just calm down. Save your fuel. So is that sort of coaching and spotting, and as well as sprinting across the track to rescue you from a crash?
Actually, with the headsets, it's nice. But if they start to chat like that, like you did just now, then I would take it off the next run because it's really difficult to concentrate. Not a lot of guys can talk during driving.
Yeah.
So that's very difficult to keep concentration. I can talk during driving, that's okay. But if I'm in a qualifying and I'm doing very good and I know I'm doing very good and then my dad tells me, oh, you're doing very good, that's
you start messing up.
Yeah. That's jinxing. And so only when something happens, when there's a car standing on the track and you don't see it, and in a final, the position and the lead to the guy behind you, that's interesting to know.
Yeah. But so I suppose it varies from driver from team to team, I suppose, because you would say, okay, you're talking to me too much. I'm just dial it back a bit.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. No, that's
I don't
true.
need to know that information, but or you might say, well, what's the gap to ahead of me, or what's the gap behind me?
It's actually the same like Formula 1 because sometimes you hear a driver say, "Don't talk to me right now."
Yeah.
and
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing, and that's sometimes we say also.
Yeah.
Just don't talk now, please.
Yeah.
And then when something's going on or I want to know something, then I'm. Also, it's a good thing they can switch off the microphone by lifting it up.
Ah, okay.
Because if something's happening or if they're talking to somebody beside them, it's very, very distracting.
Yeah, definitely. So these guys are pretty spread out now. So we see the gaps on the timing here. Unfortunately, we don't have space on the screen to show them to our viewers. So we are chatting a bit, but getting some amazing insight into large-scale racing world with Hessel Roskamp from the Netherlands.
Correct.
No, just a random question: do you prefer Netherlands or Holland?
I don't care.
You don't care.
It's the same.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
same
the
thing.
same.
Okay.
Yeah, no. For us, it's fine. Or Dutch or
Yeah.
no.
I was just always curious. It's just one of those random questions I always pop into my head.
Yeah, yeah, but
So-
it's the same as England.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it the Brit?
Britain,
Is it
England, Great
Great
Britain.
Britain? Is it
So we're on car number 5 of Neo Lebesgon. He's running in third. Chavez, who is running fourth, is actually just ahead of him on track by 3 cars. So
And
there's really no danger to Neo. Ooh, car number 9 has just gone straight at the first hairpin. It's Paul Hards, one of our racers from the last final that we saw. He is absolutely stuck. So is
the first 3 have a big lead.
yeah, they have a massive lead. So yeah, that's why we're not really talking too much about the race now. Oh, now the number 8 car, who Chavez was hoping. Well, just
That was close.
number 1 car, the leader, used him as a ramp. But now you see that the Paul Hards mechanic, the number 9 mechanic, didn't even. He looked, he saw, but he didn't bother with him. He said, "Well, I'm going to let Jan Rethieski, the mechanic, take care of that."
Yeah, but he's not allowed to touch the car.
Yes. Okay. So it's not just a matter of I don't care about what's happened to you. He's
No.
literally not allowed to touch it.
If he does and the guy drives, he gets a stop and go.
Wow.
Because
Okay.
it's not allowed. You have to wait for your own mechanic to
Yeah.
touch the car,
Right.
and then you can go. But it's not allowed.
Okay. Okay. No more insights
Yeah.
from the world of large scale racing. That's really interesting. I always thought it was just more of a just you're a competitor, so I'm not going to help a competitor who's in trouble. But it's actually a rule.
It's actually to stop that from happening.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they just said, okay, if you go on the track, another mechanic can put it there, but you can't drive. Your own mechanic has to touch the car, and then you can
Right.
go.
Makes sense.
12-second lead
Yeah.
for the number
Pretty
1.
good lead for Hervé, Pascal Hervé from France.
France,
And
yes.
David DeFeo from Switzerland. We got 2, followed by 2 Swiss, but they are still spread out quite a ways. Chavez, with that massive mistake into the first hairpin, has dropped back a couple of positions now. So 4th position is now taken by Arnaud Brassart, the number 7. And who's also, themselves a lap down from the top 3. So really, really spread out. So while we've got you here, Hessel, now the Mechatech team is, we can say it's a pretty huge team.
Yeah.
For all the cars that are here. The top 30 cars, there was only literally just maybe 6 that aren't Mechatech. So obviously you guys will have your own base setups, and you might have previous setups from the same temperature range from this particular track, from previous events that you've done here. Is there any sharing of setups that happens between the drivers?
Always. Yeah. Everybody shares the setup, but the tires were a little bit different now from PMT, so the setup was not usable with what we had. So
Okay.
the setup is completely
So
different
brand new
now.
tires requires all new setups from everybody.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because there was a change in the rim.
Okay.
The
And is
rim
there any reason why they did that, or was it just a manufacturing decision that they did, or supplier decision, or
I think it has to do with the tire wear, because
Okay.
they made the rim a little bit more rigid,
right?
so you get a little bit less tire wear.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I haven't even thought about the rims. Obviously, there's when I started touring car racing, it was just high impact nylon wheels, and then it went to really, really stiff ABS wheels. And is it the similar sort of thing well, obviously it is a similar sort of thing here. I mean, the wheels are even taller and wider, so the flexibility of the wheel is a big deal.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes. If it's too stiff, then there's no mechanical grip. But if it's too soft, especially now, then it just bends the wheel. So it and also the insert and also the thickness of the thread and the rubber and there's a lot going on right now.
Yeah. We just saw the Car 8 try to mount the Carabinieri inspired Alpha of who was that? I think it's, I want to say it's Resende, but it's not.
I see John Price is out. He stopped.
Like out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see a good question again.
Yeah, that was
from Stevie.
Yeah.
Will you do an off-road event again? Well,
we are in Austria next week. You can just hop in the back of the truck.
Yeah, I know. I like to do the ones in the winter in the horse. How do you call it?
Oh, like the training sheds.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I like those, but there aren't many organized anymore. So that's part of the reason I'm not doing a lot of off-road races anymore. I'd like to because I like it. But like doing a Euros also now, for me it's impossible to do. It would be fun though. Maybe, Stevie.
Well, I'm sure Javier can maybe sort out an entry for you for the Euros next week. We are going to be in Fehring in Austria doing pretty much the same thing that we're doing this week. So feel free to stop on by if large-scale touring car racing has inspired you to maybe look a bit closer at RC in general, or large scale, or on-road or off-road. We will be covering the large-scale European Championships next week. So I don't think the order's changed since we've last looked at it. Looks like Le Biscon has been lapped now by De Feo, and now Hervé has a 17, almost 18-second lead over De Feo.
That's almost a lap.
So, yeah.
He's behind him right now.
Oh, yeah. He's the next car in front. So, we've got 2.5 minutes left, so I don't think we've shown the leader very much. So, car number 1, Jude, going into going across the kink right now. I call it the kink. You might call it the chicane on the back.
You mean the fast chicane here?
The chicane there, where the blue car is just there.
Oh yeah, okay.
I call it the kink.
Yeah.
Because I used to race sometimes at the Tamiya USA track, and they have a very similar thing in the middle of the track, and it was always called the kink. So I just call it the kink.
Yeah, no, that's. From now on, I will call it the kink also.
Good. So we're following Hervé, Pascal Hervé, from France, and he's about to put a lap down on is that De Feo?
Yeah, he lapped him already.
He's already passed him while I was looking at the timing. So into the second hairpin around commentator corner and across the tricolore lap timing counting loop. So we're just gonna, he's got about another minute and a quarter, and he can count this one as a victory, a well-earned victory, really. I mean, pulling away, letting everybody else scuffle it out behind him, and, well, literally lapping the field, which is, about as definitive a victory as you can make.
I see this guy bumping up the next one, maybe.
Yeah. The bump-up races are really interesting. I mean, for me, because I don't know everybody, you go, there's the Chavez in the yellow B-colored car, or obviously next time we'll know Hervé in his car. They'll have different numbers, but the same scheme, and it'll be quite interesting to see how they go. Now, have you ever done a series of bump-ups? Like starting from a really low final, and you go, I'm finished top three, and then have you ever? I was just wondering, how much does that wear out the car if you do several runs in a row, long runs?
I think actually once I came from the quarterfinal and bumped up into the main final.
Right.
So you do 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes.
Wow.
And then it's maybe not the car, but the driver.
Yeah, there's that. We saw, was it last week, Juan Carlos Canas hurt his leg. I think he stepped on a glass or something like that while at the event. I think at the hotel actually, but during the week of the event, and he had to stand basically on one foot for 45 minutes.
That's difficult.
It's pretty bad. Okay, so that is the finish. That is Hervé, DeFeo, and Lebescond. Brassart nearly in there. Well, 2 laps down, but, close enough. So we've got another 20 minutes. So 3:20 is when the next race is starting, the 1/16th A. That one finished almost, well, Lebescon moved up from 5th into 3rd. So some good driving in that one, especially Hervé running down the field and lapping everybody, including second place DeFeo.
He does have a good chance, I think, in the 16th A. No, in the 8B.
Yeah. So the next one coming up in 18 minutes time, we've got Mario Dada, Giuseppe Rosagnoli, Georgi Koksmaros, Fabio Scatizzi, Roberto Mazzi, David Lebescond. So got I'm not sure whether they're brother or I don't know if you know them, the Lebesconds.
No, actually no.
Then we've got Jethro Letovarti, Titus Letovarti. I don't know if you're aware, but they're both from Finland. The Titus and Jethro Letovarti, father and son racing team.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son started this year racing large scale.
Oh,
so
yeah. Well, of course, large scale, of course.
Yes, sure.
So we do have Southie in this one, and then Magnar. It looks like Matt Buxton. So, okay. I just assumed it was only just the 3 moving up the top 3 from the 132, but it looks like they've split them because we have everyone from the 132 is going to run. So we've got Southie, Magnar.
Oh yeah, of course, because there was only one final.
Yeah. So I was a bit thrown by that. So Southie, Magnar, and Buxton are in the 1/16th A. So it's good for them. A little bit more track time. Hopefully it doesn't put too much wear and strain on their car.
Yeah, but then you had a run and you can,
exactly.
You can change
it's just
minor
more,
things. And
yeah.
So you know what to
yeah,
change
exactly.
maybe or...
How much, if, I mean, I don't imagine you have to bump up or count on bump ups too much, but how much of a help is that if you're in say, a quarterfinal and, you're like, well, if I can make it into the semi, I'm going to have all the track knowledge from just an hour before.
It's a big help.
Yeah.
Because you have, it's once you go out on a new day and you haven't raced for, like we did qualifying this morning.
Yeah.
Our final will be tomorrow somewhere.
We've got
tomorrow
the
morning, and
here,
if the semi
semis
B, it's
start at 11:40 and 12:20.
So you haven't driven for over 24 hours, and
Yeah.
then and guys who did the semi before, they have the feeling of the track is the same. It's quite the same. Maybe a little bit more grip.
So is it more of a mental thing or is it a car setup thing?
Mental.
Yeah.
I think it's mental. Just to get into. And now you will see in the semi, you will see a lot of guys not doing the full warm-up.
Right.
Because of the heat in the fuel and because fuel expands when it gets hot. So we have big fuel overflows, and by not filling that up and losing fuel, they will maybe some will do. I think I will only do 2 laps.
Right. Okay.
And then go in, refuel, and then go out and then start.
Okay.
Because not to put too much temperature in the car already before refueling, because that will be a big mess then.
But does that affect the temperature of your tires?
No.
Not
no,
really.
because here with the tires we run, you can go full instantly out of the pits.
Right. Okay.
And that's not on all tracks though. But
Yeah.
here it's but the tires are 80, 85, 90 degrees. So
Yeah, because just in case the viewers don't know, they are using tire warmers pretty
Yes.
much. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. If you don't do that, it's impossible to drive.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe here it's okay because the track is already like 52 degrees, I think.
Yeah,
or
we
53.
do have a temp probe on the track. It's like permanently installed in the tarmac. It does say 52 degrees.
Yeah.
And interestingly, I thought this morning's, we explained to the viewers yesterday, as we found out as I flipped through the rules, it was what we call rocket round qualifying, so fastest single qualifying run. So we expected, this morning's qualifying, it's going to be a big deal. We're going to maybe see lots of changes, but the track was the same temperature, actually. It was still 52 degrees. It's 52 degrees now, and it was 52 degrees this morning because the sun has just been on it all day.
The first heat, because they started with the fast groups, with heat 7, and the first heat, actually, they had 36 degree track temperature, and you could see the lap times were slower. It's the same like Formula 1, if there's a red flag, and nobody's been on the track for like 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
The lap times, the track is slower. It's true. It's so, and then if you go on the track again, and then they do 2 laps, and then it's okay. Well, here I think it's the same because there's some dust on the track, and there's some, from the night, and so the first run, I think, one improved. Maybe nobody did, but not a lot improved from Group 7, Group 6.
Yeah.
A lot of improved.
Yeah.
So there was our group.
For there, yeah.
A lot did improve by 4, 5, 6 seconds.
Because the fastest qualifiers were basically cleaning the track.
They cleaned the track for us.
Right, okay.
I expected that because it's always the case. And some tracks like Lostallo, the sun goes behind the mountain at 5, and then the track's like 0.4, 0.5 seconds slower.
Oh, okay.
If the sun is out. So there is a lot of influence from the temperature in the track.
Yeah, okay. So because we've been looking at the temp probe on the track. So, like I said, it says 52 now. It said 52 degrees earlier, but I guess if you're reading it with an infrared thermometer and it's telling you 36.
No, but actually this morning at 9:30, what time did they start? Yeah, 9:30. It was midish 30 something.
Oh, okay.
And then when the sun came up, it went up and up and up.
Yeah,
Our group was 40. But the first run was still under 40.
Okay. Just wondering if the temp probe here may need to be checked or something.
If you have the one on the scoreboard, that one you can see it actually going up and down.
Right, okay. Okay. Interesting. So maybe last question. I don't know if you have anywhere else you need to be or want to be or whatever.
No.
But okay. Well, one more question for you. Now, you mentioned the cleaning the track, and we can see marbles literally on the track now. How important is it to stay on the racing line if you're trying to defend or get past somebody?
Yeah, very. I will never let the car pass here. If I have to let somebody pass, I will never do it here because you will have half a lap, no grip, no steering, no brakes because of the marbles on the tires.
Yeah.
They go inside the rim also.
Oh, right. So throw it out of balance.
Yeah, and they can block the brakes and stuff like that. So I try to do it here onto the straight because there's no marbles here on the straight, but never in the corner because it's big trouble. The marbles are killing.
Wow.
Like in Formula 1, same.
Yeah.
There's a lot of resemblance between.
Yeah, well, I didn't even think about it obstructing the brakes because for viewers, there are literally just inboard brakes on every single axle, so front and rear, left, right. There's the actual, just like on your real car, there's brakes there. So if you have a massive basketball-sized thing get stuck in your wheel, that's bad. And the same thing would be for large-scale racers here. It's very interesting stuff.
And the brakes are very important on this track.
Yeah.
Really, really important. If my brakes were fading, so I just put new oil in, and it was okay. So normally the oil is purple. The oil was completely transparent.
Wow.
So I took it out, purple oil in it, and it was good again. So that's how important.
So you can tell by the color, and
yes.
As well as obviously the feeling. Where I brake 10 laps ago, I have to brake much sooner.
Yes,
Wow.
But you can adjust it on the transmitter, of course, to give it a little bit more travel, to give it more pressure on the plates.
So it would be like a shortcut, sort of like a like a macro button on your key on your computer or something like that.
Yeah, if you have the steering wheel, the pistol, or how do you call it? You have the stick, and with the steering wheel, you have 4 buttons around, and some guys can do it during driving. Not everybody can, but you can learn that. I always do it on the straights. I change the brake balance a little bit, so you can touch all the 4 buttons. So it's for trim, steering, travel, front brake and rear brake.
Wow. So front and rear, you can change it as you're driving on. Wow.
Yes, yeah, sometimes if you have new tires in the beginning, you need more rear brake, or at the start more rear brake, so you can...
Wow, I hadn't even thought about that. Jeez, it gets more and more complicated the more we chat.
No, but you can really play with especially the rear brake. You know, if the car starts to slide in the rear, on corner entry, when the tire gets too hot, you just take away a little bit of rear brake or put a little bit more front brake in, so it doesn't.
And obviously, you don't want it to be. You don't want the car sliding at all, because that just takes away all your momentum and grip.
But you don't want to run not too less rear brake, because then you have no pressure on your front axle also, because you need the rear brake to have pressure on the front. It's the same like Lewis had when he had the magic button on in Baku last year. Yeah, that's a button which gives maximum front brake just to heat the brakes. So he went into the corner, he braked, and he just slided because his balance was too much to the front, and it's the same here.
Wow. Okay, taking lessons from full-size Formula One into model sport racing. Yeah, interesting stuff. So no new questions on the stream. So if anyone has questions for former European champion, is that right?
World champion.
World champion. I'm sorry.
2003. Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah.
Next year, 20 years.
So it's a good long career for you. So how did you get into did you start with large scale?
No, I start with 10 scale off road.
A lot of people did back in the glory days of the 80s and maybe early 90s.
Yes, yeah, and then I did I think 6 years of Tamiya Euro Cup.
Right. Okay.
So we went to all the Euro Cup races in all Europe, and then I started with large scale in '96, and then my first Euros was '97, and then from that I only did large scale with some Euro Cup races because I just liked it. But yeah, it's 96, 25 years.
Quite a ways, yeah. So I'm just curious, when we come to these large-scale events, and well, the buggy events as well, but more the large-scale stuff, everybody seems to have a caravan or a transit van or similar sort of large van thing, and camping at the track is like a requirement for these tracks like this at Fiorano. So But we have seen, I think Arnaldi is at the same hotel we're at, and we've seen a few other racers, but it seems to be there's quite a large camp, just atmosphere, environment sort of thing. I mean, I think a couple of years ago I think it was Fairing, I want to say, I can't remember, but there was someone brought an inflatable pool. Which is well, that's really cool. That really has the atmosphere.
We had the same in Bologna, 2016, I believe. There was also a big pool in the campsite. It was from Megatech.
Right. Oh, yeah. That may be the one.
Yeah,
the one I remember.
It was in Bologna.
That was the Lamberto Collari track, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That is the one I remember.
There was a big pool there now, but for me personally, I don't like going to a hotel. You have to work on your car in the evenings and then still go to the hotel and eat. And if you bring your caravan or your camper or whatever, then
you're just right here.
It's easier and it's cheaper because the hotels are also not really cheap. Okay, a caravan is very expensive, but you can use it private also and with holidays. Yeah. So
you can hire the caravans as well. There's one here. I can't remember what it's called, but it was definitely rented in Bologna because it's got something rentcaravan.com something and said Bologna, so you can land or travel or something like that. Yeah. I can imagine, and also if you fly in. Which I imagine not many people do because the fuel in the engines and the fuel tanks, stuff like that, is going to be an issue.
Yeah, that's a big challenge.
I mean, you might have a friend who is driving, so here, take my engines and fuel or whatever. But it is easier and I suppose you have to balance the cost and the ease of things with things like hiring or buying or renting a caravan.
Yeah, well, flying in is okay, but you're limited to what you can bring.
Yeah.
You know, because the oil for the engine, yeah, it's impossible to take. So you have to make sure somebody has it. A fuel can, a setup plate, because we
Right.
need a straight setup plate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not something. Mine is a marble one, so it's like 25 kilos. So
Wow.
yeah, you cannot bring that, and that's something you have to get. And also on the way back, with the fuel tank, with the fumes, with fuel and from
Oh,
the
yeah,
engine, and
yeah.
wow, that's really
so much
crazy.
easier to just drive.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, sometimes now the world is in America, so
Yeah, how's that going to be handled then? There's so many European racers. Is that something that would limit the possibility of drivers traveling across the Atlantic from either way, from the U.S. or to the U.S.?
No, I think nowadays it's okay again with traveling. But we had the Worlds 1 year after 9/11, so that was really, really crazy.
Yeah.
Bringing things in. Our transmitter, we had to take out the spectrum module, we had to take out the batteries.
Oh yeah, it's
and
very, very strict after that.
that was very, very strict. And also on the way back, we heard some guys, they were stopped and they had to take out the fuel tank. They had to throw it away there, and so we had to wash everything and seal everything. And
Wow.
that was very. And Australia, we had a Worlds also in 2007. That was also very strict because Australia is very strict. So you have to make sure you know the rules if you go there. And some ship all the cars and the parts before.
Right.
Like
yeah.
Megatech, they ship everything before, and you can give them your car and your tools, and they just book, some cases, and then it's been sent.
Yeah.
But if you have to go by yourself, you have to bring somebody, and then pack as light as possible.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Then it's possible. With two, it's manageable.
Yeah. We obviously when we fly, luckily we're driving on this trip because it's a 3-week endurance trip. When we fly, we have to mind how much we bring luggage scales, and we have to spread all the equipment across 6 different bags because we've got a bunch of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
Chloe Southey saying it was us, the UK team, who brought the inflatable pool to Austria back in 2018.
Yeah, that was Austria. I don't remember Austria, the pool. But the one I was referring to was Bologna.
Yeah. That's the one. I wasn't in. I'm not sure. I may have been in Austria for the large scale one, 2018, but I was definitely in Bologna for the large scale on road, where the Mechatech pool was. But yeah, it's good. It's obviously many happy memories from. It's a like a, I wouldn't say festival atmosphere, but it's more of a party sort of atmosphere. It's laid back. It's some of the RC classes just tend to have a more casual sort of atmosphere, especially off the track. And large scale certainly seems to be up there with them. So we've got, let's run through who's going to be racing in this one. We've got Mario Dada, Giuseppe Rosagnoli, Georgi Kostmaros, Fabio Scatizzi, Roberto Mazzi, David Lebescan, Jethro Letovarti, Ian Southey, Magnar Cavernaland. Time. Do you know how to pronounce his name? Because I'm not sure if it's Time or Time or Time or whatever.
That's a very good question. He's from Norway, so
yeah,
it should be
maybe
Time, I think. I think it's Time because it's Norwegian.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And Matt Buxton in the 10th position. So they're going to be doing a formation lap, just like in Formula One. And then they're going to be drive themselves into their starting positions on the grid. You can see the grid there behind Teodoro from Amsky. Okay, so we're going to say goodbye to Hessel. Thank you very much for the insights. It's been absolutely amazing.
I was more than happy to.
I've learned so much in, the hour or so that we've had you.
Yeah, it was nice to be here again.
Yeah.
Sit with you guys.
And cool off as well.
Oh, it is nice. Like in my caravan, there's an air conditioning in the caravan. So
very good. You need it.
Yeah, this is crazy. No, it was my pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the track, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
Right. See you. Bye. Okay, so that was Hessel Roskam, world champion. Thank you very much, Hessel. So Absolutely amazing insight from Hessel as we're starting the 1/16th A final. You see the Italian flag hitting the ground and lifting as we get started. We've got 20 minutes of racing. Everybody's still in number order. We've got a couple of cars who've fallen way back. The number 1 and 2 of Dada and Rosignoli staying, try to stay away from each other, guys, because it looks like you're going to be running away with it. Top 1, 2, 3 cars, Kaczmarowicz in that third position. If they play it smart, they can just run away and not battle each other, not hit each other. Because that number 5 has gotten away. Number 5 is Scatizzi has gotten ahead of, Mazzi has gotten ahead of Scatizzi. And there we are, the top 3 cars. They are away and gapping the rest of the field. The top 2 cars out visibly faster than Kaczmarowicz. So let's follow the top 2 cars because they are a little close to each other, maybe a little too close for comfort for Mario in that first position. So if anything does happen to him, it's going to affect the second place car of Rosignoli. And I'll keep an eye on that third position car and see if he gets caught up by Mazzi. So before I forget, once again, we are the commentary is being streamed live to Pull Start TV, so we'd like to welcome everyone on Pull Start. I was distracted by our visitation by Hessel Roskamp. Matt Buxton has been pulled off. He's crashed at the second turn, sticking with the lead cars, but Matt Buxton starting in 10th position. I think he's already down a lap because of that crash. And it looks like there's a battle for 4th, which we're not going to focus on because we're more concerned with the top 3. These guys have 20 minutes of racing. And if these top 2 can just keep it clean, they are literally just going to run away with it. We saw in the last race, we saw the winner, Pascal, lap the entire field and basically just run away with the win. So we're gonna see him actually in the next race. It's got about less than 40 minutes between winning the race and appearing in the next final that he's bumped up into. So it looks like that battle for 4th has sorted itself out at the moment, and it's the car 5 of Mazzi who's won right now. Car number 4 of Scatizzi kind of all over the shop. He's just run into the grass, which means, as we know from chatting with Hessel, that's going to be about a lap or about a half a lap of loose tires and no grip. So I'll keep an eye on the number 5 of Mazzi as we're concentrating on the lead 2 cars of Dada and Rosignoli, both obviously from Italy. Dada setting fastest laps, and on that last tour around is about 0.2 faster, so he's slowly pulling away from Rosignoli. We'll see if they can maintain this pace while Kaczmarowicz holds on to that third and final bump-up position. So in the interim, until we get some additional action on the track, as these guys have all settled down, I'd like to, like I said, welcome Pull Start TV viewers to the EFRA RC Motorsport Europe coverage of the large-scale on-road European Championships here from hot and sunny Fiorano, Italy. It's a mere 39 degrees outside in the shade. And who's that has crashed? I don't think it's anyone who's troubling the top podium positions. And we're sticking with these top 2 as they come up to lap the stricken again car of number 9, I think that is. Yes, number 9 of Magnar. Oh, and the lead has changed. We've just had a change for the lead. Dada, distracted by the not running very well car of Magnar, has went off track, and now he's got loose tires, and he's going to try and... Is he going to try and take his lead back? I don't know if it's really that much of a bother for him. I mean, they're coming up on lap traffic now, so let's see how they navigate through this. Let's move up one car. There we go. I think we're going to be able to keep both of them on screen anyway as they're working their way through this 4-pack of cars. Coming through the hairpin sections, there goes the number 10 of Matt Buxton, so that was easy enough. So Matt Buxton obviously hasn't listened to Hessel describe how he lets cars pass when he... Oh, big mess up there. Nasty pile up, as I'm not sure these lap cars are really paying attention to the referees. The 1 has made it through. The 2 has made it through, and the 1 has made it through. Okay, so now they're all through. They were paying attention, but still, I think the lap cars are trying to take advantage of generosity of other lap cars as they are letting the leaders through. Now they've got the number 3 car of Cox Moros coming through behind them. So if we can follow the Cox Moros, the white and orange car, orange and white car just going in the first turn now. We'll see how he navigates through the lap traffic. Bright orange front end. There we go. There's Cox Moros on screen. He's coming around the Omega, coming up on Buxton, just like the 2 leaders a couple of laps ago. I'm wondering, there we go. So, yeah, Buxton letting him pass. And now he's coming up on, who's that? The car 7 of Jethro Letovarty. Yeah, I can hear Javier, the referee, calling car number 7. You have a lapping car coming up behind you, so let them by, and there he goes. And now, next car is car number 8 for him to pass. That's Ian Southey, who we saw win his final. There he goes. Very good. All tidy and orderly, and now all 4 of those cars can get back to smashing into each other again. So I'm sure, I mean, they're not going to be smashing into each other, that's just for effect. But we might have, it looks like the car number 1 of Rossignoli is falling behind a bit from Dada, because Cox Moros is really motoring on, catching up to him. The car 5 in 4th place, Mauzi, is well behind the 4-pack of cars that Cox Moros passed a couple laps ago. So Cox Moros is not in any danger here. So we're on Cox Moros still as he's going down the main straight. Just completing his 24th lap. So I hope everyone enjoyed listening to Hessel answer all of the probably extremely basic questions that I was asking him. There's a lot to unpack and decipher there. And if you're not sure what toe in and anti-squat and anti-dive and all that means, it's all about suspension geometry. And I know the tiniest bit about it just from the few years of racing myself. So, but there's certainly a black art. I mean, some of these guys, obviously, you know, it's like full-scale racing. Some drivers just concentrate on the driving only, and they might, you know, if they're not able to get into Formula One or World Touring Car or anything like that, they might become driving training instructors, or they might become mechanics, or there's all sorts of specialties involved with this, is what I'm getting at. As we got the 2, the 1, and the 3, all roughly not in the same part of the track together, but they're equidistant, shall we say. The 5 car in 4th position is not going to be troubling Georgi Koksmoros, who we're following. So we got a bit of time to chat amongst ourselves. And at some point we might be blessed with the presence of another former or current European or world champion at some point. Hopefully, well, we'll see. We'll see. The 7, the 4, and the 0 are all discussing amongst themselves on track who's going to be the leading car of that trio. Car number 5 is coming up to them. Coxmaros, who are still following, in no danger at all. This would be a great time to chat with a former world champion. Get some insight on how you... Whoa! Wow, that is a... wow, Ian, what was that? So now we've got... That was the car number 1 of Dada having a bit of a disagreement with Southie. Now Southie... Oh, now why did you cut straight back into the battle? That's a battle that you're interfering with there. I'm sure he was told by Javier, let this number 3 car pass. So that brings Georgi right up almost to Dada's rear bumper. Well, he was right up on his bumper, and now Dada's starting to pull away again. See if we can keep both of these cars in shot. Ooh, Coxmaros gets a bit wild there. Now Southie's got to let him by again. He's not battling with anybody directly. But that lets Dada get a bit more space. So now it's spread out once again. Of course, Dada lost a lot of time now to Rosignoli. So we've got Italy, and Hungary in the top 3 positions, with another Italian in Mazzi trying to catch up, but not getting any closer to Coxmaros. He's about 17 seconds behind. Well, it was, yeah, he's losing about a quarter second a lap. So let me just remind you once again that you are watching EFRA, large-scale European Championships from Fiorano, Italy, where the temperature is just over 39 degrees Fahrenheit. That's, I'm going to guesstimate around 102 Fahrenheit, sorry, 39 Celsius, 39.4 Celsius. And it's going to be somewhere between 100 and 105 Fahrenheit. And I keep looking, but there's no battles on track. So let's follow. We've got about 7 minutes left in this one. The leader, Jude, is the third of these 3 cars going down the main straight, going into the first corner. And Hut corner, he's working his way through lap traffic once more. Sorry, that's not our leader, but it's Mario Dada, but we'd like to get him on screen for a bit. Coxmaros, oh, actually, he's catching, no, our leader is about to lap him. So let's stick with this and just make sure it's all hunky-dory. It's actually, no, he's taken the lead. Dada has taken back the lead. Our number 2 car, let's go back 1 car, Jude, sorry. That car there, the number 2, he has got problems. He has got major problems. He's slowing right down. He might be in danger of losing a position to Coxmaros, who's the next. Is he the next car? No, he's not. But sorry, Coxmaros gets tangled up with Southie once again. Oh no! And Southie gets tangled up with the number 4 Scatizzi. So it's all kicking off. But Coxmaros, if Rosignoli stays at this pace, he's going to have Coxmaros catching up to him. So we're trying to follow him for a bit and just see what is going on. Maybe he's lost grip on his tires. Maybe his engine tuning is out of whack because of the heat. We don't know. It looks like he's got a bit of a loose rear end, maybe? Yeah, I think so. He's going quite slow in the corner so he doesn't spin out. And we've got Kaczmarzyk going off now. Kaczmarzyk is also losing grip. Goes onto the grass, and then he goes wide in 2 consecutive corners, getting more and more loose. You can actually see the grass coming off of the car behind it, because where we're positioned on the straight, we're looking almost directly down the back end of the car, so we can see the grass coming off of the tires. It's amazing. So, just like full-size motorsport, scale motorsport is, full of drama, and, sorry, that's, I'm reacting to stuff off camera, but Kaczmarzyk is just, as Rossignoli goes onto the grass. So he's going to be loose again. Grass coming off of his car as he goes down the main straight. So these cars, the cars are changing the setup. It's not necessarily the setup that's changing, it's the tire conditions and the temperature in the engine and the tires that are really changing as they're coming along. Rossignoli going into the first corner now, into the second turn, as Southey and number 4 Scatese are having another argument behind him. So better corner there. So something is, maybe the car has gone away from him and then it's come back. He's going around the Omega, across the kink, in the first hairpin, in the second hairpin, doing the proper racing lines now, staying off the grass, which is very important. I think Southey's car has completely gone away from him. He's got way too much rear brake, I think, is his problem as the race goes on. And as we've discovered now, the racing, it is possible with the complicated computer radios and everything, all the extra buttons that these guys have on the radios, they're able to actually change the brake balance of the car as they're driving, just like a Formula 1 car or touring a rally car. And we're still with Rossignoli in that second place. Dada's put up a 19.4 best lap time. He's lost 4/10 on that last lap, but Rossignoli's fastest lap time is 19.58. So a bit indicative of the pace. So Dada about, 6 seconds ahead. Where is Kaczmarzyk? Kaczmarzyk only just now crossing the timing loop. And he's 15 seconds behind Rossignoli. So, I think his challenge is faded. Mazzi is 18 seconds behind Kaczmarzyk. So there's still no challenge to Kaczmarzyk's bump-up position, as we're still following car number 2 of Rossignoli. So for the last couple of minutes here, let's find that car number 1 of Mario Dada. He is just coming into the first straight hairpin and the second hairpin, and about to cross the timing line, go down the main straight just now into the first corner. And that's our leader, Mario Dada, who not quite run away with it, but pretty much run away with it. Southey letting him pass. Southey going very, very, very slow. And he's got Matt Buxton, countryman, 2 Brits running together, but off camera. So we're concentrating on Mario Dada. So we got Mario, Giuseppe Rossignoli, Georgi Kaczmarzyk, Roberto Mazzi, David Lebescon, Jethro Leto-Jarvi, Fabio Scatese, Matt Buxton, Ian Southey, and Magnar Kavernaland Time is, I think, what we've settled on. Until I actually speak with maybe one of the Norwegian racers. Or actually, maybe Laszlo. Laszlo is the Norwegian team manager, so we can talk to him and find out how to actually properly pronounce his name. So we're down to 20 seconds in this race. Dada 4 seconds ahead of second place Rossignoli. comfortable lead, as one of the tire marbles has actually been chucked into the window of the timing hut here. Something happened with Rossignoli. He's now 6 seconds behind, but he's been caught by the timing computer, and Dada on a lap of honor as he finishes, comes around the second hairpin, around the commentator's corner, and down the main straight to finish and take the win. So that is Dada, Rossignoli, and Cox-Marls bumping up into the 1/8 A final. Just jot their names down. If I can get my pen to work. Dada, Rossignoli, and Cox-Marls. Right. So we've got another 20 minutes, I believe, until the 1/8 B final. Is that right? Yep. Which will be Nuno Pinto, Oriol Gil, Noel Thibault, Sebastian Mancia, Placido Cricri, Nicola Borsoni, Sami Pajolan, Pascal Hervey, Davide De Feo, and Neo Lebescond. Just putting them on the printed sheet that I've got. So that will be the 1/8 B. Coming up in, well, they'll be on track in roughly 14 minutes or so to warm up. And see Laszlo approaching. I don't see anyone else available who we can accost and drag into the relative comfort of the control hut. So, with that in mind, we're going to sign off just for a little bit. Let me do all the... just getting that ready, yeah. Okay, so, yeah, we'll be back in just a few.
Oh, hi, ich bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier, genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.
right, hello everybody and welcome. We are, as you can see, getting warmed up for the 1/8 B final here in Fiorano, Italy for the EFRA Large Scale Track Euros 2022. So track meaning on-road in this case. 2 minutes before all these drivers are going to be called in to, oh, they're already being called in now. Coming into the pit lane, we're going to swap over to our moving camera when we're ready to go. So we're just watching them all slowly file in, and basically what they're going to do is get called out one by one, 1 through 10, and go around the lap once in order. They've done their warm-ups. Hopefully they've refueled. And they'll go out and get into the grid position that they've qualified into for this, their 1/8 B final. So in this one we've got Nuno Pinto, Oriol Gil, Noel Thibault, Sebastian Mancia, Placido Cricri, Nicola Borsoni, Sammy Pajalin, Pascal Hervé, Davide De Feo, and Neo Lebescond. You see their names up in the top right of the screen. That's our live timing. So if you want to see the results, the previous results, you can see that on, there's a link on the EFRA Facebook page. You can see the drivers. The tires are already warmed up. Engines are warmed up. Everything seems. Ooh! Don't get on the grass now. You're not gonna have any traction at the start of the race. Nuno. I suppose these guys are warming up their brakes. They've got fiber disc brakes on all 4 tires. So the top 3 in this race will bump up into the 1 quarterfinals, which will start our studio live show tomorrow. We got less than 10 now. 5 seconds. You see the Italian flag waves them off, and they're off in number order so far. No major crashes. Into the Omega goes Nuno Pinto. And let's stick with this group here. We're going to let Nuno go off. Looks like he's already got a good jump on the rest of the field here. Top 3 bump up, so it's that 3rd and 4th battle that we're going to be watching. And that is the 3 and 4 car. It's good. This is going to be an epic one here. Let's stick with this number 3. Oh, big crashes. Cars going off all behind. Unfortunate for the number 4 and 5 car. They hit each other, went on the grass, and that's traction gone for about a half a lap. So we're on the Martini livery car, the number 3 of Noel Thibault. Behind him, we've got a familiar car of Pascal Hervé and Sami Pajalin from Finland in the black car with the number 88 on the side, but it's car number 7. So we've got the 1 and 7 trying to chase down the number 3, who is on screen with us right now. So let's drop back. It looks like it's starting to get spread out already. So let's drop back to the battle behind the number 3 of Noel here. And let's see what Hervé and Pajalin are able to do with each other. Hopefully they keep it clean. And we're on that battle now of the car number 8 and the car number 7. After we had a big coming together with the cars 5 and 4, Cricri and Mancia. Mancia now running last, unfortunately, after spinning off into the grass, losing loads of traction. Ooh, Pajalin going a bit tight there. He's trying to cut the corners, but I don't think that's the quick way around, because those curbs, the paving slabs, they're not serrated, but they are painted. So there's probably a good amount of rubber buildup. but it's not going to be the quickest way around just because it seems short. Ooh, there we go. Nice pass there for Berjalan into the second hairpin. And they are both on their way now. Let's stick with the black car, that number 7 of Berjalan. Oh, and a contact into that number 3 of, the number 8 of, the number 3 of Thibaut. Oh my goodness, that is a mess now. The cars 7 and 8 stuck together. Unfortunate for both of them. Oh, that number 8, he's supposed to wait. As we were told by Hessel, he's supposed to wait until his mechanic touches the car. Otherwise, he might get a stop and go. Or is that the other mechanic? The number 8 mechanic touched Pajalan's car. So that's why he's just had a stop and go. So, wow. So, let's... good choice. Jude on camera. Jude is our moving cameraman this weekend. Goes back to our leader, the number 1 of Nuno Pinto. So we can get our breath a bit and reset. We've got Crickery, the number 5 car, who was in that horrible mess several laps ago. I think on the second or third lap. Fell right down the order, and now he's in second place with Borsoni in the car 6. Let's see where we can find. The car 5 is just coming across the starting line now, so he's about half a lap behind, and the car 6 is a few seconds behind him. And now we're all massively spread out again. So this would be a great time to bring in, one of our pro racers that are here. But so Crickery, 12 and a half seconds behind Pinto, our leader. We've got a car that just went into the pits, the number 2 of Gil. Thibaut has pulled off. Is that there's someone attempting to restart in the pits, but we're following the car 5 of Crickery. And let's drop back a car, Jude, to Borsoni in the car number 6. I think he's being followed by car 4. No, he's not. The car 4 is 17 seconds behind. But let's follow him anyway. Car 6. Oh, sorry. Has this, what has happened to car 6? Suddenly, we've got the car 4 directly behind him. Or is he a lap down? 6 and 4. They are battling. I mean, we've got, the 6 is in the 3rd spot, which is the final bump up position. But is he a lap ahead already of the car number 4, who's directly behind him on track? I think so, because he's showing us 17.7 seconds behind. So has he missed a lap? Oh, car 4 getting very wild in the kink. I think he's missed. He's either... I don't know. It's hard to say. If he has missed a lap, he'll be coming into the timing tower here and asking his laps to be reviewed because he's directly behind 3rd place. So we'll keep an eye on this. Not quite sure what's happened. The 6, who's the lead of these 2 cars, the 2 white cars that we're following with the Martini colors. And the 4, the 6 is in 3rd place, which is the final bump up position. The car 4 is showing as a lap behind. Or no, is showing as on the same lap at 18 seconds behind, which is bizarre. So they are battling or they're not battling? One of the two. I think they are battling. So going into the second hairpin, Nuno Pinto, that flash of blue behind them, is the leader who's coming up to lap them. He just started his 21st lap. These 2 that we're watching are on the 20th lap. And, oh, that's nightmare scenario. It does let the leader pass, which is completely fine for them. So, I can just about hear the race referee, Javier, just saying, take it easy, guys. Take it easy. So there was no call for you're being lapped or anything like that. Oh, and the number 6, Borsoni, way off the track, getting up in the dirt, kicking up rooster tails. So that is going to wreck his lap time and traction. Seems to have it back a little bit, but he is, that is a nightmare. So he's dropped down to 7th now because there's a bunch of cars between him and Crickery now. Hervé, nightmare on his side for ages before his mechanic got to him. You can see him just get retrieved there. I think I was misidentifying the cars there. I was seeing 6 and thinking 5, so apologies for that. As we're Sammy gets, was he pushed into the grass? He certainly went over the grass after some contact, but couldn't really tell who was getting wild there. So we're with the number 6. This is actually Nicola Bersoni. So let's try to find, let's see where car number 4 of Sebastian Mancia is. Car number 4 is the 4 that we were following for a bit. So he's just going in the first corner now. He's about to lap the car number 2 of Oriole Gill, who went off the track. He's he's a few laps down. So this is the car 4. The orange car is Gill. So number 4, Sebastian Mancia on screen now. Le Bescon in the car 10 is now 4th. And where is Neo out there? I think he just crashed with Sammy. So he's almost a lap behind Mancia. So no threat there. So we're halfway through. Just about 10 minutes remaining. So it's a good opportunity to welcome everybody from Pulsar TV and Red RC. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. We've got the 9 car out there with a broken wing, so you've seen what happens with that. It'll be very loose at the rear end. Maybe lose a lot of... we've seen, we're watching car 4 of Mancia. He's going to be catching up to that car with the busted rear wing. And there he is right there on screen. Oh, geez, coming up on crashes all over. This is unexpected amount. That's the leader that was gone over. So it looks like a bunch of cars got their lap back. It was a 30-second lap. So that's about 10, 11 seconds, 10 and a half seconds slower than expected. He's still showing as in the lead, but he will have lost a lot of time. So a couple of cars would have gotten their lap back from Nuno. We're on the 4 car of Mancia as he's coming up on the 5 of Crickery. This is the battle for second. Let's see if they're actually shown as together on track. So the 5 is just ahead, and then the 4. They're showing as 14 seconds apart. So this is what confused me earlier. They're both on 34 laps. So the 4 car of Mancia chasing down Crickery. I think the confusion is that the distasso, or distance, is the gap from the current car on the timing screen that I can see, is the gap to the leader, not to the car ahead. And that is the confusion. My confusion. No one else's. So still on the car 4 is the car. What happened in car 5? Completely missed it while I was trying to puzzle that out in my head. Oh, he's just stretched ahead, that's all. He's stretched ahead a bit, but looks like Nuno Pinto is back on form. I think he just collided with one of the back markers, and bit of bad luck there. But he looks like he's catching Mancia in the car 4 that we're watching. You can see that blue car right at the bottom of the screen. Whoa, what happened there? Forget to brake or what? Now he's going to have grass all over his tires. Convenient for Nuno because, you know, referee didn't have to call any blue flag or anything. But he's not going to have much grip now as Hervé's coming up to try and get a lap back from Mancia. And he has. And Sammy now is next in line. So is this going to affect things? Not really, but Sammy actually is. That is a battle. Now this is the battle for third. This is the battle for third because, yeah, Lebescon has fallen off somewhere, and now Sammy's in third. There we go. We just saw the pass for third, final bump up spot. You can see in the timing, top right, we've got Pinto, Cricri, and Pajalin, followed by Mancia. Mancia's, his tires are completely gone, it seems. So Sammy's tires, it seems, or the car, or setup, or whatever, has come to him. So it's a bit of a little microcosm of what we might see in the 30-minute finals tomorrow. Sammy, is he going to try and get a lap back? If I were Sammy, I would just stick behind Nuno and just stay with him. Not try to get a lap back or anything. Just drive your race. And they're both coming up to lap the previous third place car of Mancia. So his car's gone completely off. So let's watch. You should let him by easily enough. And what's he? Okay, it's a weird place, but okay. I don't think that was deliberate. His car's just sliding all over. Looks like. Unfortunate for Mancia, but that's how racing goes sometimes. Doesn't always fall your way. Certainly has fallen for Sammy as he's about to pass Hervé, who was another one of those that was challenging for the third and fourth position. 4.5 minutes left in this as they brake hard into that first corner. Another car just, let's drive into the grass and let everybody pass. Not the fastest way to let faster cars behind you get by. Pajalin leading Hervé, chasing Nuno. He's fallen behind Nuno a bit, so Nuno has definitely got the pace. Still Nuno, Cricri, and Pajalin. So after this one, we've got one more race today. Another 20-minute belter. And that starts at 4:40. Car 6 also stricken. Car 6 of Borsoni, who was another one of those cars that was in the third and fourth positions, threatening to be in the bump up. So top 3 positions in this includes Nuno, that blue car that's in first, and the black car of Sammy there from Finland, and Cricri in the car 5, who is not shown on screen but is out there in second place. So top 3 are going to be bumping up into the quarterfinals. And that is going to be the B, which will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So These three guys have tonight to rebuild their cars and get everything mounted up and ready to go for first race off the grid tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. during our special Control Sport and RC Racing TV live studio show. It's going to be an experience. Live television. Anything can happen. Well, we don't have animals or anything like that. You know, wild animals making an appearance or anything, but we've got lots of video segments to play in. We've got interviews. We're going to have video chats with various RC luminaries from around the world. So it will be pretty good to watch, I think. So between all of these finals that are happening, we've got good long breaks where we can show plenty of little video clips, and we're going to have a track walk. We're going to meet some of these racers up close and personal. We've got just a couple minutes to go, so let's move forward to the blue car. And there's Nuno Pinto with that number 1. He's led it so far from flag to flag. And doesn't look like he's having any traction issues. The only issue he had was a coming together with a gaggle of lapped cars, and that's about it. Behind him, I think it's the number 2 car, who's got a lap back from Sammy, number 2 of Gill, or Oriole Gill. So these guys, rather than having another race to mentally blast through later today, they're going to have overnight to recharge the batteries and race in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Try to get into that semi-final and into the final. So top 3 from the 1/8 finals that we're watching will bump up into the quarterfinals, and the top 3 from the quarterfinals will bump up into the semifinals. And 4 of those drivers from each of the semifinals, so there's 2 semifinals. Yeah, number 2 car, Gill, getting his lap back. I think everyone, the top 2 cars, top 3 cars have kind of they're just doing the lift and coast thing and happy to let Gill get his lap back. That's fine. So, as I was saying, top 4 cars in the semifinals, so that's 8 cars in total, will go into the final where the top 2 positions on the grid have already been decided. In this class for touring car, it's going to be Marius Hetland and Marcus Feldman. And that is it. Time is done. Everyone that's on the track has finished. So as you can see, we've got the order there. Nuno Pinto, Cricri, Pajalan bump up now. Lebescond, Hervey, Borsoni, and Gill and DeFeo have finished, and that is the finishing order. So we'll see Pinto, Cricri, and Pajalan back on the track first thing tomorrow at 9 a.m. And in about 20 minutes' time, we've got the 1/8 Finals A. So I'm not sure that we're going to have anyone be able to pop in. Kind of looking out the window and seeing if any of the drivers that are out there are able to come in. I'll go have a look, and I will not go, well, I'll virtually have a look. I'll use Matt's eyeballs and my ears to find out from his mouth if anyone that we've spoken with previously can. Oh, he's looking for glasses that are the equivalent of they're on his head. So we've got just under 20 minutes now to wait for the, there's your final positions. Yeah, Sammy did good, didn't he? Oh, it's Pecco himself. Your mother was on the stream earlier, so it's I can only assume that the that the coverage today has been playing on the big screen in the family room all day. and everybody has been cheering on the Finns, Jethro and Titus and Sammy. I'm not sure who else. Here we go. We have a very important person. A super, super important person now in the commentary box with us. We have Alessio Mazzeo.
Hello, guys.
Hello. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Is it Mazzeo?
Yes. Mazzeo.
Mazzeo.
Yes,
Okay.
now it's right, but now, from a long time, I listen Mazzeo is also good.
Okay,
it's also
yeah.
nice. Yes.
It's a bit like Kubica or Kubica.
Yes.
Yeah. Kubica, yeah, I mean, even he said Kubica sounds faster.
Yeah, yes. Kubica is too slow. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Your first race was, well, your last race was the final qualifier this morning, and you were able to jump up into the semifinals.
No, I'm the first of the quarter for 7 tenths. But we not had the speed to make semifinal. We just made a super clean run compared to other guys because we haven't find the right setup in this condition. My last race was 3 years ago, I think, but with completely different condition.
Okay. So is this a track that you've been to in other classes?
Yes, for sure, and that is more difficult because the line, the break point is completely different, but when you drive it, the automatism of the ends are of the different class, like 1/8. So that is completely different drive style, and in the first days it was really hard to adapt my drive style to this class. But now I think the line are good. We have just to find the right setup. We not have enough time to do it, but we will try tomorrow for sure.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck tomorrow, obviously.
Thank you.
You're off starting, I'm not sure which quarterfinal you're in, but
I think is the A.
The A, okay.
Yes.
So you're, well, obviously we're going to be watching you, and everyone hopefully on the stream will be watching. So, I mean, I'll start with the same question. We talked to Hessel Roskam earlier, and so I'll start with the same question I gave him. What kind of, apart from not having driven large scale yourself for a few years, what was the biggest challenge for you this this week, basically? Because you've been here since Monday, is that right?
So my challenge was to try to make podium result. So my goal was this. My challenge was to adapt my driving style in so less time, so poor time in these days. And I think that I missed the call for until now for not good preparation of the race like we did 3 years ago.
Okay.
3 years ago we passed 4 days in a track close to Verona to set the car, and the car was perfect already before to arrive in Portugal. This time for my busy month, July is always a busy month for me, and I had not so time. I was not so prepared. But for sure our goal is keeping to arrive to the podium. So tomorrow our challenge is to try to make overtake and try to not crash the other cars for sure. It will be hard.
Yeah, of course.
And also
you don't want
to
to
keep
be that kind of driver.
to keep the tires safe and to save fuel. I think it will be challenging for everybody. We talked this morning about this.
Yeah.
And the big challenge will be to keep the engine fresh, to save consumption, and to save and make the right choice of the tires. That is a tricky question that everybody asks this weekend.
Yeah, and so you were explaining to me earlier when we talked off the stream before all the coverage started today that the two main tire brands, GRP and PMT, they have 3 compounds each, right? So, I mean, in Formula One, we call them soft, medium, and hard, but here we're calling them ultra soft, super soft, and soft.
Yes.
And then I think you said the other brand has numbers or something?
Yes, M1, M2, and M3.
Right, okay. So, so your challenge, now, are you the type of driver that has the same compound front and rear, or do you have a harder compound at the back or softer compound?
So, usually, if you have a good balance, you can use all 4 tires the same. So in our case in PMT, we use 4 ultra soft. But usually this can't happen because most part of the drivers choose to a safe hardest of tires, because this car is only rear VD, so usually as always oversteering after 5-6 laps when the tires become out of temperature, they are too hot.
Right. So the rear tires get too hot.
Yes.
It gets very slippy.
Yes.
Because they're rear-wheel drive, and it's not the front. The rear tires basically wear faster than the fronts.
Yes.
Okay, so that's interesting.
And then, to not have oversteering, you put another tire in front that is more cold for sure, and save the rear.
Right. Okay.
Because the car behind of the corner, before of the corner, go in the front, the rear left or right tires go up, and the diff make like a woo with the left or right side, and the tires go overheating. And then you have oversteering.
Yeah.
The challenge is to keep the tires on the asphalt, also behind the corner, and it's super hard.
Yeah, especially when the grip comes up.
Yes, like now.
And and there's so much rubber on the track that after Hessel was telling us, after even 2 days in some cases, the grip is high enough for the tires to traction roll. You see the car is bicycling through the corners, and that loads up that inside tire.
Yes. And also in this particular track, we go inside the crowd.
Yeah.
And sometimes you touch the grass.
Yeah.
And you have no grip on the left side and too much grip on the right side. You look the car like a bicycle.
Yeah. So I mean, we know that the track cutting was a thing. I mean, it's been noticed by most of the people who've been watching during the day. Especially in I suppose maybe the lower finals, but I know Javier is quite. I mean, as far as I know, he's fair. He doesn't watch one driver in particular or anything like that, or one country in particular. But it's impossible for him to watch all the battles on track.
Yes.
But he has warned everybody after there was a bit of a discussion, shall we say?
Yes, super big discussion.
A very, very large team-based discussion. With all the team managers and the officials about the track cutting, because I believe there was open practice, and there were no dots on the track, and then control practice started, and then there were dots on the track, and so that was why you're changing the track layout, basically.
I think to make the dots on the track was the right choice, because for my point of view, I know really well this track, and I cut like everybody, but it's unfair. So. There is also Jara Teski that is doing this race, that is one of the greatest drivers in the world. He comes from electric. For he is super strange to cut the track, because usually we look at it to drive around of the crowds.
Yeah.
And it's really hard. In this case, I think it's, you make a fastest lap if you cut more. Who cut more is faster.
So even though they're going on the grass.
Yes, also sometimes happen.
So I'm curious that I mean I can't remember the exact term that the rally drivers use, but they call it using the rail, using the inside tire to actually hook it. Oh, they call it hooking in for the rally drivers when one tire goes on the inside of a curb, and it basically just like a railroad.
Yeah.
A railroad car. It just swings the car around.
Yes. Is this?
So that's the ideal line, because you're only getting grass on one side of your car, basically. But skipping past the track cutting discussion, because obviously it's like I told the EFRA officials, if Formula One and MotoGP guys can't figure it out, all the money and the resources that they've got behind them, I'm not sure that EFRA, first of all, they're in good company and they're not going to get it sorted. It's not. It's just an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Yeah. So leaving that behind now, I'm curious, because if we look at the curbings here, they're just normal garden paving slabs, aren't they? The curbings, the painted curbs. So they're not serrated or anything. They're not meant to keep drivers from racing on them. So do they have as much traction as the black tarmac?
Yes,
the
too
painted
much.
sections.
Yes. I think 30% more.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So I mean, it's not like are they painted with grippy paint or anything? Or
Yes.
is it just, oh, okay, right, okay. We're going to be doing a track walk later. I'm going to hopefully not be running around the track.
Yeah.
Trying to make a lap in 18 seconds or whatever it is.
You can feel the grip with the shoes.
Yeah.
When you go around the crabs or in of the crabs. The difference is crazy.
Right, okay.
Tomorrow for the main final or also quarter and semi-final, you will look all the car completely inside of the crab. Yes. Nobody will stay in the line.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, okay, well that's interesting.
It will be super nice.
Do you think it'd be, I mean, just personally, if you were to, I don't know, own this track and repaint it or whatever, would you prefer to have it, the white lines, that's the track limits, and that's it, and paint slippy paint?
Yeah.
Or would you prefer to stay as it is with grip paint around the outside?
I prefer the white line, for sure.
Yeah.
To make a normal line, because the track limit is the line and the crab.
Yeah.
If you go in, is not drive, is something similar, but not. If you cut and make a good lap, you are not a good drive. You are not a good drive style. You are also good to cut.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think is in the limit.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's one of those things. It's I think most of the racers here are probably big into following Formula One.
Yeah.
And that's been such a big thing in the last couple of years, especially. And then obviously we're in Italy, home of Valentino Rossi and so many fabulous Italian racers. I know Javier's into his MotoGP, and that track limits is also a massive thing in that racing series as well. So it's quite interesting. So now, just I've been curious about. We had a question in the comments. So about asking basically about the wheelbase of the cars, and I had a look at the RC Fox, who's one of our sponsors, that's bringing us the coverage free to everybody this whole week. Now RC Fox are here. They've got a BMW body shell. That's, I think it's 520 or 520 to 530 millimeter wheelbase. And then the Audi styled one is much, much shorter. It's 510 or 510 to 520. So you can make it however long your particular chassis is.
Yes.
So I didn't know that there were completely different wheelbases as well.
Yes. It's like, we have two different class in one class. Sorry for the play of the word, but there are cars you can choose, like factory, like Mecatech, to use a longer car or a shorter car.
Right.
Both are in allow. I don't know why, because I never try it, but I talk with my brand sponsor is RS5, that this short car is more easy to drive for the customer driver.
Really?
Not faster, probably, we don't know, but for sure is more easy because the car has completely more grip. And for the Sunday driver that comes just to be happy and will not find a high grip track, and the car is really hard to drive with a no grip because you have only the rear diff, nothing more.
Yeah.
A short car can be more easier and more funny. And in this condition, we think that we'll have more trouble to find the setup because a shorter car, more traction roll also.
Yes.
Usually.
Yes, because I mean, from my not as long racing career, in quotes, as you, I race electric touring car. You have to go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Are you mechanicking for somebody?
Yes.
Oh, no, okay. Well, we'll very rapidly let you go. Thank you very much, Alessio Mazzeo.
Sorry, guys. Yes. See you later if you want. I'm free.
Okay. That's great. Yeah, we'll see you later and talk soon. And good luck in this race right now.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right. So thank you very much to Alessio Mazzeo, obviously from Italy. He's actually, didn't mean to keep him from being a mechanic for his racer that's on the track right now. But there we go. He is off, and good luck to him. So in this one, So in this one, we've got everyone's just warming up their car or their engine. And we've got Stefano Bianchi in the car 1, Luca Rowley, Pierluigi Bonensegni, Christian Weber, Rudy Veser, Joel Mendonca, Claudio Rossi, Mario Dada, Giuseppe Rosignoli, and Georgi Kaczmaros. So, we have, I think, Romeo in the chat is asking, he's probably listening to the chat from about an hour and a half ago. Sorry if you're still listening by the time you get to this, Romeo, but you're asking Hessel a question. I'm not sure what the answer would be to that question, so maybe you can find him on Facebook or Instagram or something and send him your question. Sorry about that. But we're about to start this 1/8 Finals A. This is the final race for today. It's a 20-minute final with the top 3 cars bumping up. We will follow the top cars as much as they can where they're battling, but especially concentrating on the 3rd and 4th positions if they're close at all on track. And we've seen in a couple of the races where the leader, the number 1 car, just shoots off and either by luck or strategy is able to pull away and build up a massive lead and basically just hold it for the entire 20 minutes. So obviously some amazing insights from Hessel. I wasn't able to get to deeper insights from Alessio, but still some really good information from him. I think he's out in the pit lane. I'm not sure. Unless his driver was able to grab someone else. So these cars are out there running in order. It's basically a formation lap, just like you see in lots of full-size car racing. So we've got the lead car leading around at his own pace. Everyone, tires are, that was not a start horn. That was not a start horn. So timekeeper is asking for the racers to drive around one more lap. Little hiccup with the timing system. So it's the car number 1 of Stefano Bianchi leading them around back onto the main straight. You see the grid markings on the track. Yeah, I hope we're able to get Alessio back in here because I'm curious to know what the differences in driving style are for 1/8 and 1/10 touring car compared to large scale touring car. Obviously the 1/8 those two smaller scales have front one-ways, so very difficult, a lot different. So here we go. They're off. First 2 cars off. Good start. 3rd place. Let's follow that 3rd place car, number 3, the white car. He's already battling for his life there with the number 3, and number 4 is Bonensegni and Weber. And a pile of cars waiting behind to pounce on Bonensegni. Everyone off in number order as they're coming around the turn 2 and into the Omega. 3 and 4 pacing away from the 5 and 6 of Veser and Mendonca. Following the 3 and the 4 as much as possible to keep them on screen. It looks like the Bonensegni's already caught up to Rowley. Ooh, big wide swing there from Bonensegni. So that puts him back in the clutches. Weber, who has himself been slowed down and is under assault by Rudy Veser. So the first 2 cars leaping away, and the number 3 Also gapping number 4, who's gapping even further than number 5 of Vasseur. So we looks like we're getting Bonensegni and Weber back together again slightly. We'll see what sort of pace Weber has. There's a 20-minute final. And if these guys have their way, it will not be their final race. Ba-dum-bum. So 3 in the 4. Bonensegni in 3 and Christian Weber in the 4. Italy versus Germany, as the number 1 of Stefano Bianchi and number 2 of Luca Rowley, both from Italy, are marching away from the field. And they would like to keep it like this, and ideally, for them, not battle with each other, which would only slow them both down and put them all in the clutches of 3rd and 4th place, which is currently Bonensegni and Weber in that order. So Bonensegni in the white car, Weber in the white and green car. Following these two as they come through the first corner, hard braking into that hairpin, going into the infield, swerving out into the Omega, medium speed turn over the kink, into the hairpin, the first hairpin, into the second hairpin, and around commentator's corner. Over the start-finish line, that tricolore is the main timing loop. The white line just after is the secondary loop, the backup loop. So it looks like Weber's just a bit closer to Bonensegni now. Maybe he's holding his pace, and maybe he knows that his tires and car setup is going to come to him later in the race. We're not sure, but it'll be exciting for us to find out if it stays like this. Maybe he's waiting for Bonensegni to make a mistake, which is not uncommon. It's the 1/8 final. Ooh, almost a lunge there, but staying on the outside. Bumper to bumper action just going into the final corner. He's certainly got the corner speed to try to go for a pass. Going over the kink. Oh, now he's on the grass. What's happened there? Now he's spun around. Now he's lost a position to car number 6 of Mendonca. Now another position lost to the car 5 of Vasseur. And now he's got car 8 of Dada behind him, bumping up from the 1/4 A. So tragedy for Weber. We're still with Bonensegni in the car 3. So we're going to stick with him and see if anything happens. Let's go forward to the 2 cars that are in the lead. The car number 1 and 2 going into the first corner now. And they're coming into the infield. These 2 cars, that's the car number 1 of Bianchi, car number 2 of Rowley. They're coming up on lap traffic already. They're only 13 laps in. And 15 laps to go. That means they're going to be ending up with many laps. 26, about over 50 laps. Coming up on lap traffic is always a danger point for the faster cars. Even though they're faster, who knows what these lap drivers are going to do. Car number 7 is going to be the first one. That's Claudio Rossi. He's already being told over the driver PA to pull over, and he's let both of them by nice and clean. So into the first hairpin, chasing down the car 0 of Georgi Kaczmaros. And that's car 3 already. Okay, now we've got a battle. So let's go back to the start-finish line, Jude. And let's follow this car 3 and 6. Bonensegni, another nightmare across the kink and into the grass. And he's let Mendonca catch up to him. Let's see what he does on the pressure. Mendonca on the grass himself. But Bonensegni has made 2 errors, unforced, to let Mendonca catch up to him. And now Mendonca, is he able to, well, he's going to let the battle go away from him now. We've got the car 4 of Christian Weber on the march, and he's past Mendonca. So that was a rapidly developing and rapidly diminished battle for 4th. for third, which is the final bump up position. So apologies for not catching that on camera. We've only got the one moving camera. And myself acting as commentator and director. So we'll keep an eye on that. Mendonca, the leader, is about to come up on him already to lap him. He's lost loads of time to the third place. He's lost about 4 positions in that mess. So we're back with the leading pair, Bianchi and Rowley, coming up on Mendonca, who was briefly challenging for third. And I'll keep an eye on Bonensegni and Weber. They probably will be coming together once again. Because it looks like Weber is slowly catching Bonensegni. He's about 3 seconds behind, so I'll keep an eye on that. We have, who's the dead car? That's not one of our leaders, I don't think. No, we still got the 1 and 2 out there. And they're just going past the stricken car and very tired mechanic running out there. That's the number 3, unfortunately, Bonensegni. Or no, sorry, no, it's Rudy Vasseur. Bonensegni, I believe, is still out there, number 3. Or is he not? I think he's... No, sorry, that was Vasseur. I read it wrong, then I read it right, and then I doubted myself. So Weber now is still, he's just about 3 seconds behind still, so he's actually lost about a 1/10 to Bonensegni. We're still on, we're not on the leading pair, we're on the car 3 of Bonensegni. So we'll keep an eye on this because I think it is getting very slightly closer now. Bonensegni is visibly losing time to Weber. So yes, we will stick with this number 3. They've got the number 7 of Rossi between them. But once Weber clears him, it is open season on Bonensegni. Oh, Weber gets a bit sideways there, loses about a 1/2 second. Is he starting to lose traction at the rear now? He just went a bit wide in the final corner. So let's drop back 2 cars, Jude, to the number 4, the white, green, and blue car of Weber. He's behind the number 7, who is a lapped car, or he's attempting to make him a lapped car. But it looks like Weber is starting to lose grip himself, or maybe get a bit too eager on the throttle. Last lap around was about 3 seconds. See if he's made up any time on that. He goes wide again just a bit. 3.2 seconds behind, but now he's got clear air. He might be able, and Bonensegni has been trying to get past Mendonca, who is now, oh, big crash for Weber. He's able to avoid getting hit by another car. I think that was the 8. And now he's got the leaders behind him who are going to be lapping him, and he's going to be told to pull aside. So, nightmare. So now it's the number 8 car that is in of Mario Dada that is in the 4th position. That was unfortunate. He really needs to let these 2 cars pass. He's not being called, I don't think. He doesn't have the same pace, but he shouldn't be getting in the way of these 2. He shouldn't be holding them up too much, I mean, is what I should be saying. And just ahead of these 2, actually, is the car number 8. Well, now it's the car 7, but then ahead of that is car 8 of 4th place Dada, who, if you remember, bumped up from the 1/16 finals. So car 4 of Weber still hasn't pulled over. He hasn't, I don't think he's been told. He's actually pulling away from them. I think Maybe they're just pacing each other. Car 7 is being told that the car 4 needs to get past, and then it'll be told the car 1 and 2 need to be let past. So we're watching all of this develop on screen. Let's drop back to the 1 and 2. The last of these, there we go. Those two just passed. They're still behind the car 4 of Weber. And now Mendonca, who was previously challenged, he's got to let them all pass, all 3 cars. So, yep, there goes Mendonca letting him pass. So, meanwhile, Mendonca, Weber's pulled away just a bit as they go down the straight. And who's that just ahead is the car 8 of Dada. So that's our 4th place car that's just ahead of these two. And ahead of him is the 6th place car, Coxmaros, one of our bump ups. So it's all quite spread out really now. The gap between Bonensegni and Dada is nearly 7 seconds. Or 7.5 seconds. Have to do some quick mental arithmetics, subtraction, you know. Everyone's failing, isn't it? So these two working their way past the number. Oh, they have, as I was looking away, they've worked their way past Weber. Weber in the 4th position, Dada the number 8. They are together on track, but a lap apart. Yeah, that Weber, he's just causing a little bit of trouble now to these top 2. He's been lapped, and fair enough, you want to stay with them, but don't be challenging to pass them if you're super close on pace. Obviously, no racing driver. If you were talking to Senna, he'd be telling us that if you see a gap and don't take it, you're no longer a racing driver. But car 1 and 2, they have either a spoken or unspoken agreement. Oh, Weber's taken the car 2 to get his lap back. I mean, Rowley did go off the track onto the grass a bit, and you know, you don't want to wait. He's not battling for position, Weber, but now I suppose it's maybe just quicker for everyone concerned that he went ahead and took the position back, but he was lapped. So I mean, it's not out of order or anything, but it's just inconvenient. And if this were a proper race, where 1 and 2 were actually battling for the win, obviously they're not, or they weren't. But if this were a proper race, I'm sure Weber would move. Oh, yeesh. Did we catch that? We were away from it, but the car 2 again went on the grass, and that made the car 8 go on the grass, and unfortunate. Well, not a lot happening in this one. Once again, we've got Stefano Bianchi, who's now 3.5 seconds ahead of Rowley. They were following each other bumper to bumper, basically drafting each other down the straight and around the track. By spoken or unspoken agreement, just saying, well, we're not going to battle each other. We're both going to bump up if we don't slow each other down and let other cars pass us. However, Rowley made a couple of mistakes. Christian Weber, I think maybe, possibly, depends on how you see it, disrupting the rhythm a little bit. Car number 3, Bonensegni, still in the 3rd position. He's just crossing the finish line now. So, yeah, cars 1, 2, 3, 4 all in a, well, not in a row, but in a row on the timing screen. but spread well apart on track. So no battles for position going on. None of the important positions, I should say, which means the bump ups. So car 1 and Bianchi, car 2 of Rowley, both finishing their 50th lap now. 3.5 minutes remaining in this one. Bonensegni about to come across, just finishing his 50th lap. So it gives you an idea. Bonensegni 16 seconds behind the car of Bianchi, which is almost a full lap. And we can actually see them on screen. That is Bonensegni just crossing over underneath on the screen. So you'll see him just ahead. There we are. Follow the leader, and you can see Bonensegni, the next car ahead. So that's one almost about to lap car 3. And car 2 is just a few seconds behind. 3.3 seconds. So he's made up a second. So he's pushing a little bit, but not much. You want to save your car. You want to make sure your tires don't wear out, get too hot. So quite spread out. 2.5 minutes left remaining. Left remaining? Does that mean it's 2.5 not remaining? Anyway, 2 minutes, 15 seconds. So while this race seems to be winding down, keep an eye on things. We'd just like to thank everyone for watching. We still have quite a lot of people watching, so quite a lot of people well into their large-scale touring cars. Definitely the most realistic of the scale racing cars that we follow here at Control Sport. We've been watching EFRA RC Motorsport Europe on the RC Racing TV YouTube and Facebook. EFRA Facebook and YouTube as well. Also on Red RC's Facebook and YouTube. And of course now on Polestart TV. So thank you very much to everyone who has made all of that possible, and everyone for watching. A car has gone off at the very end. Is that one of our top 3? Has this suddenly changed things? Where's our number 2? No, he's still out there. Number 3 is about to be lapped by the number 2. Is that the car 1? I think that was the car 1. It was not. That was Christian Weber. Sorry for the alarm there. We're less than a minute to go, so Christian Weber, unfortunately, he's lost another couple of laps. There, Bianchi, Rowley, and Bonensegni. Dada not able to capitalize on Weber's, well, he has capitalized on Weber's misfortune there, but not enough to challenge for third place from Bonensegni. Dada in that number 8 car, where is he? He's well around, so no challenge for third. Rowley has made up another second to Bianchi. He's 2.5 seconds down now. So Bianchi obviously taking it easy coming around for these final laps. Everyone's on their last lap now. 5 seconds remaining in this race. So as they cross the finish line, they're going to be finishing. So with that, we'd like to thank profusely RC Fox and RC Models with a Z from .co.uk for bringing this live racing coverage from Fiorano, Italy to you, free, with no interruptions, and free of charge for everybody watching on EFRA, RC Racing TV, Red RC, and Polestart TV. Thank you very much for watching. That is this race finished. Bianchi, Rowley, and Bonensegni are the ones to bump up. And we'll be back live with a live studio show tomorrow, just before 9 a.m. And with that, I think we are done. Thank you very much.
bin Neo. Du suchst ferngesteuerte Modelle? Da bist du hier genau richtig. RC Fox liefert dir eine mega Auswahl. Ich liebe es, im Dreck zu bashen, auf der Rennstrecke zu performen und Felswände zu erklimmen. Im Wasser bin ich zwar noch kein Pro, aber kurz davor. Wow, was macht mein Flieger da? Unser Chef bestellt Tag für Tag neue Ware. Und wer räumt's ein? Ich. Bei uns bekommt ihr die Produkte hunderter Hersteller, egal ob ihr Profis seid oder absolute Beginner. Karosserien, Farben, elektronisches Equipment, Akkus, Reifen. Hier gibt's einfach alles an Zubehör. Ob der Kunde weiß, dass es über 80 km/h fahren kann? Wenn nicht, ich mach sie mal vor.
Wow! Hey Neo, echt jetzt?
Sorry, aber hey, Freddy hat gesagt, ich muss Gas geben. Das Paket muss heute noch raus. Wir verschicken jeden Tag hunderte von Paketen, damit ihr schrauben, basteln und Spaß haben könnt. Ihr habt eine Frage oder es klappt was nicht wie gewünscht? Unser Serviceteam ist für dich da. So, jetzt kennt ihr uns. Wir aber euch noch nicht. Also, kommt vorbei. Oder besucht uns online unter www.rcfox.de.